All right, good Wednesday afternoon, everybody. Nathaniel Blake here to cover what is likely going to be the A1 champion determining matchup between Matthew, Shu, Lucas, and Korak. And Blake, I know I've been watching A1 very closely. I guess it's very likely that you have been as well. Matthew's been
Yeah,
charge of the standings.
he's been dominating this entire season,
Yeah,
pretty
Matthew and
much.
Max both. Max finished all of his games earlier this week. Finished the season at 154.4, dropping about 20 points from where it was last. So currently Matthew holding on to a 33.3 lead rather, and with 4 games to go, we'll see if he can hold on. In the meantime, it is Lucas and Korak in the lower side of the bracket trying to stave off demotion. So every one of those players with something to play for, and Shu just kind of hanging out in the middle. How do you think
Yeah.
that's going to affect Shu's play here?
Uh, well, overall, maybe Shu's just gonna try to go for a Saki award. Who knows?
Plus minus
But
zero.
I imagine Shu's just kind of here just to be here. He probably won't mess with like other players' conditions realistically.
Mm, yeah, just kind of filling out the seat. Now, if things, if he just lets the other players play and bows out of too many hands, he could find himself dropping down to fourth place. And if too many fourths come in, he could be concerned about demotion as well. So can't just give up completely. And maybe if he gets off to a really good start, can he even think about having a monstrous session and even challenging Max for the championship?
Yeah,
But
that's entirely possible. Like plus 160, that's not too unheard of in one session.
yeah, even like plus 140, just get ahead of Max. Because if you're getting plus 140, it's very likely Matthew is dropping. So
Yeah, true.
it's entirely possible. We have seen it from other players in A1 this season. But we are underway with Lucas as our first dealer, Korak to the right, Matthew across the table, and Shu on our left. And of course, Korak in the standings as Arthur, of course. But we all
Yeah.
know by his handle.
Uh, Too much interesting going on. Korak already Ishan 10 for just Honnomi.
Yeah, and
Everyone else's hand looks pretty okay. Like, just Pinfu type hands with Adora. If anything, Lucas is probably struggling the most right now.
yeah, we do have an early Tempai from Shu on the left, pulling in the 9 so Anko. It's just an 8-mon Ricci, and 8 just came out, but will slam it. Ricci Dora 1. And like you said, Lucas, as the first dealer, struggling a little bit with these tiles, has a floating 8-mon that might come out, and Korak's willing to fight here.
Yeah. Call for Tenpai, why not?
It's just Tonomi, but we'll pick up the extra 1,000 points sitting in the middle of the table, should he complete this. Oh, but it's a Dora.
Ooh. Yeah, a bit of an awkward draw. Decides to bail out. Understandable, honestly.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky to bail out after the 9-mon. I don't think there's much left.
Could kind of just see what happens. Well, now we have like
F66.
an acceptable block with the Dora,
Right.
so just needs to find a 9-mon again.
Yeah, of course, Korak did drop a 3-mon earlier, and so that will be a 50-10 block, but
Yes. Oh yeah, it's furry 10 regardless then. But
it's better than nothing, and right now,
yeah.
Korak's on that defensive goal. There is one 8-mon in Matthew's hand, one 8-mon in Lucas's hand, so nothing in the wall for Shu. And Matthew has a
Yeah.
pretty decent hand here. Draws a Dora and now a Slammer Ricci.
Ooh, Ricci, Pinfu, Tanya, Dora? Doesn't seem like there's Sanshoku there. And yeah. Oh.
That's going to be a pretty big hand here. Mongon without Yuda. Yeah, 8,000 points, and Shu will take that first blow.
Yeah. Matthew already establishing like a further lead into the division.
A great start for Matthew's hopes here. Korak now in the dealer seat opens up his first high pie to this. What is this? I'm counting Kokushi tiles. That's
Prob
how difficult it is.
I think that was like 7, 8.
Yep, 8. 8 unique, and it looks like Korak might have to play for Chanta here. Not willing to force Kokushi in his first dealership. And after pairing up the 6-0, looks like he'll just be playing this pretty standard. On the right, Matthew with really decent high pie. No Dora
Yeah,
in that hand, but just overall good tiles to be floating.
yeah, solid shapes.
Nice Uncle pull as well. Shu will draw the first Dora and immediately drop it out again. Has the West pair to call. Open up with a West only. Yakuhai. And then, of course, Lucas on the left with decent Tanyao tiles. Could even get Tanyao Pinfu if he can fill in a 5-mon or upgrade that Mon shape into a Diamond.
Ooh, awkward penchant, but it is Yishan 10. And speaking of penchants, Korak just filled his.
We fill those, and that means Korak is 2 away from Tempai. 1-2-3, 1-2-2-3 shape is looking a little bit bleak here as the second 1-pin gets discarded.
Now there's a possible Sanshoku. Just needs to climb down the Monzu shape for Lucas.
Oh, yeah, 3-4-5 is definitely possible. We'll probably start working towards just the Diamond, though. Still
Yeah,
holding that 5, so just in case it gets filled by the 4.
it is also a Furiten if the Monzu shape gets filled first.
Speaking of Furiten, Matthew on the right is technically Furiten here.
Ooh, yeah.
Unfortunately, you can't just read that as a 6-pin Kanchan and say I'm not Furiten because technically the 9-pin would complete the right side of that shape. So, not taking the Ricci here.
Ricci.
Nope, now we'll take the Ricci. Decides that just applying the pressure here is going to be good enough. Ricci will be chased by Shu.
Ooh, Matthew probably having a bit of regrets right now. I believe he only has 3 outs left.
Yeah, all the 9s are gone, 2 of the 6s, so actually down to 2 tiles
Yeah.
left versus this West 7-mon, which only has 1 West.
Yeah.
But Shu, of course, has the ability to roll on anyone. Matthew, defenseless here, has to sumo the 6-pin. I guess the one bright side is if he does win, it will be on Takame for
Yeah.
Ricci, Tanyao, Ipeiko.
Also guaranteed sumo.
Right?
Mm, that being said, the 4-mon coming out makes the 7-mon slightly slightly more safe in Lucas's eyes, but you can
Yeah.
probably pull this one out just fine without having to rely on Suji's.
Lucas has that Dora that comes out now. South is safe as well, so a couple safe tiles get through. And no, it's Matthew with the Sumo first.
Sumo, Ipeiko, Tanyao.
Another Mongon, and
Yeah.
Matthew might be running away with this one. Into his dealership now with 48,000 points. Nothing but Mongon so far. Has the Chun pair, can open up relatively easily with his hand. That will also make that pen shot a little bit better because at least you can call the 3-mon.
Yeah. Plus, you might have Chanta outs if you really want to go for it, but with that 5-6-mon, it's a bit harder.
Yeah, maybe with perfect foresight you could have held the Haku pair for instead of the 5-6, but no one really has that type of foresight. Maybe someone like a Garrick who loves Chanta. Let's see, Shu on the right with 1, 2, 3 pairs, just a little bit awkward shapes. A couple Jiamen, but it's gonna be hard to use this door without pairing it up, and at that point you'll have 4 pairs. So that's a few too many. Across the way, Lucas with pink type shapes. Couldn't connect Dora, of course, holding that 7-pin Dora indicator tile. June comes out, Matthew will call it. On the left, Korak can work towards an open hand as well, but it's relatively inexpensive. There is a sort of mini battle in this series between Korak and Lucas. Of course, Lucas currently with the standings advantage, and both players have to make sure they don't dip below 100 points. However, as long as one finishes ahead of the other for the majority of the series, there is a chance that uh, I guess the marked beat is 80 points. But as long as they both stay ahead of 80 points, and just being finishing ahead of the other is going to be relatively important as well.
Yeah. Already 10 pi for Matthew. We're just waiting on 3 Mon Penchon, but. Oh, and now they're all dead? It doesn't really fit into Lucas's hand, though.
No, and similarly, Shu's probably going to drop it out upon filling
Yeah.
that Jiamen. So it's just a matter of time before Matthew gets the win. Korak making a move towards Chitoy.
Yeah, opts not to pawn that,
No.
but it is Ishan time. And
Yeah.
that's the deal in for Ichinomi.
So Matthew with 3 consecutive wins to start this hand. And I think for that Chitoy Korak was looking at that and saying, you know what, 1,000 points isn't good enough for me. I need more. And if I reach Chitoy, I could hit Uda 2 and get a Mungan. So it's just more of it's a better value play. It wasn't going to make a difference regardless, as that 3 Mon was going to come out inevitably. Okay, this high pied, I don't know. Do you think Matthew has a chance to win with this one? 4th consecutive hand?
Mm. The shapes aren't super ugly. I don't straight up hate it. You can call for Tanyao, but it'd be a little bit difficult because you need to find the 6 Mon and the 4 so consecutively.
These draws, though.
Yeah. Still overblocked, but we can wait around and see what happens for now.
Yeah, right now, hedging the Dora draw. Turns out everyone else around the table has a Dora, including Shu on the right. Ooh, nice fill, Kanchan fill there. And could be working towards Tanya with the Dora. Across the table, Lucas. More pairs. These shapes are more awkward than for Shu. But a similar 5-7 Kanchan that's looking for a 6. And it's Korak who's holding pair of the 6s. Better looking pin block for Korak. Maybe even thinking about Itsu here.
Yeah, I really like the idea of Itsu in Korak's hand. He does need the value, and it's we just look at it as blocks for Itsu, it's just a Kanchan and a Ryanman, effectively.
Ooh, that's an interesting fill for math. You could go 4 pin, 6 pin, and just forego the door acceptance.
Yeah, opts to do so. Is Ishan 10, so not a bad play.
And one of the benefits is if he draws 7 pin, he could even cut 6. Oh, there's the 5 immediately. Well, he waited as long as he could, but I think this was the efficient way to go. But if he draws a 7 pin, he can cut 6 so 9 so and actually get a Sanjoko chance as well.
Oh yeah. And Korak is already Ishan 10 for Itsu.
Wow,
Like,
that
guaranteed bad weights. Meanwhile, Matthew coming back has possible Itsu on the Honitsu suit, but it's probably just gonna reach you on 1 or 4 so, regardless.
Yeah, Sozu, Itsu could be, let's see, a couple 1 so out, 1 4 so out. It's not completely dead yet from his vantage point. And Shu sees that 6 pin and says, yes, I need that tile. I cannot win this hand without a 6 pin, and I think that's a very difficult tile to find. So we'll just call the chi. Instead, it'll be a Ricci from Matthew, though, waiting on that 1 4. The third 1 so had just left Lucas's hand.
Yeah.
And Lucas is out.
Yeah.
Korak probably still going to try to fight this a little bit, but has to shove Mon tile. Drawing 6 Mon is ideal, and you can discard the Genbutsu 3. But if you draw the 4, you have to think.
Oh, actually, that 9's fine, because it's a Suji.
Yeah, it is Suji to the 6.
Might have not seen it right away.
Yeah,
which is fine.
Did just play out the Genbutsu tile as well.
Yeah.
Also, Shu managed to draw into Tenpai, waiting 6 Mon, 8 Mon.
Shop is 2 left in the wall, as opposed to the. Oh, I guess this is also 2 left in the wall for Zhu.
This
Or
is
it's not Zhu, sorry,
Yeet.
this is
Matthew.
Tempai for Korak. He'll slam this one. It's just on the 6 mon, but it's Ricci +1. Taking the fight against the dealer, and Shu now has... That's one chance.
ドン
And it's Suji to Korak, so it will come out.
Just Ricci Nomi, but still, that's not a 2000 you want to see.
No, and Matthew now. 4 consecutive wins. Looking for 5. Has the Hatsu pair. Maybe even Honitsu.
Yeah, it's not too far out of the question. Especially with like a penchant being your only other block, you're kind of incentivized to start heading towards that direction. But you also just drew Dora.
Yeah, just lets the penchant go and says, okay, I could just rebuild around this Dora if necessary, but I'll still hedge this
ポン
Honitsu. And there's the south cut. Then players will have taken note of, 3 So discards in a row. We'll see how it affects their play. Second Dora, though. Okay, it's not Honitsu anymore.
Yeah, we compensated Honitsu with 2 Dora.
Reasonable hand on the right for Shu could be... also has 2 Dora. It could be Ipeko's on top of that. Across the table, Lucas with a very average hand, maybe 7, 8, 9 Sanchoku is possible. But on the left, Korak building Ankos. He has 2 of them and a pair. Could be
Yeah.
Tanyao-san Anko.
Very scary hands all around this Kyoku. Across the way, just filled in the Kanshan for the 789 Sanshoku side.
Yeah, Sanchoku
Oh.
might be real for Lucas, but Matthew's going to keep pressing forward.
Yeah.
Ishanten now after the second call. And in this discard pattern, So tiles followed by Honor, Tsumogiri Mon tile. Honor, Honor. Really does look like Pin Honitsu. But Korak's holding all of these 6 pins.
Ooh.
Shooting a
So
really...
there was an instant.
I was shooting a really interesting spot here. Cuts the 1 So from the 1-3.
Yeah. Takes the Yonmen-K.
Another tough
Kinda
spot.
want that 1 So back. Yeah, I was about to say there was an interesting cut on the 2-mon a little bit earlier, cutting away from like the Ipeko Ryankan. Ooh, this 5-pin helps. Possible Toy now.
Now, wouldn't that be insane? And Lucas has this 5-pin that kind of needs to come out.
Oh, but can he push it? Because there is overflow now.
Yeah, that's right. It really looks like we have our overflow. And Korak now Ishanten after filling the 3-pin.
Yeah.
Jams the pay, says, I need to hold both of the 4 and 7 mon for maximum acceptance. I cannot hold a safe tile here. Lucas is Tempai, but he's got to drop the 5. And he can't do it. He cannot
Can't
risk the
do it.
5.
Oh. I love the restraint though.
Korak, of course, can jam the 1 pin at any time. And there it is, a different Tempai, but this time in the Pinzu. And he'll slam a Ricci.
Ooh, yeah.
Probably 1 pin for Korak here. And Matthew, will he continue to fight? It's a little bit difficult to fold in your current spot, so I think he will just jam.
Yeah. With only 1 6-pin left in the wall, this is gonna be a really hard hand for Lucas to win.
Yeah, all the 3's gone as well. And every pin tile is a big question mark. Are you going to win on that? Tempai for
Korak's
Korak.
also Tenpai.
Yeet.
Ricci,
Does
Tanya, Dora.
Ricci.
But the Dora is all held. Shu Tempai now. Everyone's getting there except for the dealer, who looks the scariest. Sorry, that's... doesn't take the Tempai.
Yeah.
Understandably, the 7 pin is a little suspicious here, even though it is Suji due to the Lucas 4. And the 7 comes
It
out.
passed.
Surely Matthew doesn't con here. At this point, Shu is just out. Lucas
Yeah.
drawing really thin. Korak drawing dead. But if Korak draws the 6-pin, he'll probably con because it actually doesn't have any draws left. Had he drawn it the last turn, he probably would have conned. If...
カン
Yeah. Ooh.
Matthew says con. Okay. That reduces the number of draws that Lucas has. Lucas doesn't get a draw, so that's a clever move.
Conning away Lucas's Haite. Very important.
All right, so dealership finally passes. Still, no one has won a hand except for Matthew. Super promising high pie here for Shu, except the Haku is Mochi Mochi.
Yeah. Yeah, Mochi Mochi with Matthew, and Matthew seems like he might be able to use the pair of Hakus a little bit better. Because this might be Cheetoy.
Oh, especially after that 6-pin draw, you're right on the money there. And still flexibility to be a normal hand as well, so Matthew isn't in any rush to open up, I don't think. Of course,
for sure.
Shu has a little bit of extra pressure, wanting to maintain the dealership, but now is Ishantan with pretty good shapes, so I think Shu will also stay closed. So pretty even battle between the two. On the right,
For sure.
Lucas Hatsupon. I mean,
someone does need to find the Hatsu first.
That's a good point. There are 2 Richi sticks and 3 Honba, so that's a lot of points to collect.
Yeah. Matthew opting to open up for Hakunomi. Unfortunately, this is Mochi Mochi, so...
Yeah, and now one of Matthew's best folding tiles is the Haku, and that will deal into Shu.
Yeah, looking a little scary. Plus,
pay.
it's early enough where it's like, it might come out, I feel like.
Just categorizing the tiles in hand. The 9-mon's probably reasonably safe, and then the Haku is like your second safest tile.
Yeah.
And you might even cut the Haku here because you get 2 safe tiles instead of just chancing out the 9, which is just terminal.
The 9's not that good of a solo, and there it is.
So Richi, Haku, Ura. Oh, that will be a big win for Shu, picking up a lot of the points that he had lost earlier. And all the Richi sticks and the Honba as well. That will drag Matthew back down to the rest of the table. And finally, another player has won a hand. Shu now at 24,000 points, still in 4th place, but much, much better position. Has the Haku pair and can speed along to another dealer victory. For Lucas on the right, I'm counting Kokushi tiles. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a pair. Not great.
Yeah, is hedging it a little bit. Did lose some efficiency in the Sozu, but I'm not really sure if like I want to be trying that hard for this hand anyways. So
I just get so I feel like this hand will never win with these Kanchan and Penchant shapes that we have. So Lucas looks like he's just bowing out of this hand. Maybe he'll get Kokushi. Across the way, Korak is now Ishanten for Richinomi. Although hoping to draw a 3-pin Dora to 3 Mondora to improve the value of this hand. And maybe Ipeko here. And on the left, it's Matthew who has all the Dora.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice a Dora Onko.
He started with that as well. It was in the original High Pie and very quickly drew the 7 filler. That means Matthew in a really strong position. Shu will need to rapidly finish off this hand before Matthew can finish building his hand. And the problem for Shu is Lucas is holding the Haku for Kokushi. Well, it looks like he's now moved away from that.
Yeah, probably thinking about Honitsu now.
You could tell Shu really wanted that 5-mon, but thought it might be a little bit premature to call it here. especially when you're not guaranteed to get the Haku, and you can just draw 3 mon and be happy.
Oh, another para for Lucas.
Could I guess if you draw, oh, never mind. There's the 4th 7 mon. I was gonna say if you draw into Ipeco for Lucas, but not when someone's reached with all 4 of your 7s. So it's Richinomi. Reach Ipatsumo. Okay. Finally had Sumo for Korak, then missing those this season, but that's a big one. We'll get him over 30,000 and breathe a sigh of relief. It's his 3rd Richi of this game, right? And finally one comes in on with Ipatsu no less.
Yeah, rewarded for hitting the shiny button.
And we'll see. It's Lucas's turn to win a hand, I guess. Yakitori currently. Of course, given the state of that last hand, was always going to be very difficult, and the rest of the players don't really want to give him a chance here. Korak opening up with a Haku on the right. Might be a Toy. There's a small chance at a Honitsu shift, but it seems a little unlikely. And across the way, Matthew with maybe Itsu and the pin and the Manzu. Outside of that, there's a Dora shape, and fairly standard hand here. Could just be Tanya Dora on the left shoe opening up on the south. We have reached the south round for this first game of the series. And so South Dora 1 is the plan for him.
I'm like looking across the way. I'm thinking maybe Sanshoku might be. Oh,
Yeah, I like the idea of 234 Sanshoku. And then the 1 mon gets drawn, and all thoughts of Sanshoku go away.
yeah.
Lucas actively trying to speed up this hand with the 8-pin pull, and now there's a 6-0 pair up. So
It'd also be a toy there.
yeah, we're moving in that direction. Matthew's Itsu shape is really locked in there. Shu has been denying Lucas this Hatsu for such a long time.
Ooh. Ishanten now for Matthew.
Yeah.
Opposite cut away the penchant.
Yeah, that was a choice, right? Do you keep the Itsu chance or not? But I think with 2 7-mon being discarded, Matthew wasn't liking his odds. Lucas could start with the 3-pin and still keep the Toy options alive, or just cut the 6-0 for maximum efficiency. Given the way Lucas has talked about, the game of Mahjong in the past, I'm not surprised to see him go for this efficient play. We'll probably be cutting the 3 anyway.
Headless Ishanten across the way. Another possible Sanshoku. One that I didn't expect on the 4-5-6.
Wow. Shu paired up the Dora and said, I'm not going to drop the 7-pin yet. I'm a little worried about it. And just then, Lucas Sumo's on that very same 7-pin. So Shu saving some points here. And Lucas climbing back a little bit. Finally gets his win.
Interesting high pie here. Seems like another key toy. With 4 pairs from the start. On the right, seems like a normalish hand does have some awkward shapes, but decent enough floaters in the 4-pin. Ooh.
Lucas immediately drew the Haku pair as you moved to Korak's hand, and now it's just looking really strong. If you can find Tenpai soon, that South will be leaving Korak's hand. Oh, but Haku Anko.
Yeah, that's not a bad draw.
Now Ishanten for just Haku Ipeco with a Richi. Matthew with decent shapes across the table. Dion Shanten.
Oh, that's
Senpai. Alright, Richi, Haku, Ipeco, waiting for 2-pin, one of which is discarded, 1 in hand, so 2 in the wall. Will be 77 plus Homba. Barring
And
Uda, of
Shu
course.
opting to fight.
Yeah, at the very least, with Tudor and Tanya wants to play a little bit.
Mhm. Understandable.
Probably is thinking, my worst shape is this 5/7 Kanchan. And 6-mon is Genbutsu to the Riichi, so I have 2 drawing pools towards it. A little sad to see Lucas drop a second 6-mon, because that means it's less likely to be in other players' hands. In fact, there's only 1 left in the wall.
Matthew is also Ishanten across the way. Would just be Riichi Nomi, but
Boom.
Shu will take the
and
Tenpai.
Tenpai.
And so this could be
One left
really,
for Shu.
yeah, really interesting to see if anyone draws that 6-mon, if they just choose to fight with it. Or not really fight, but fold against Lucas with it. Still 2 tiles in the wall for Lucas versus the 1 for Shu. This is Tenpai. But the 1 pin doesn't really look that good here.
Yeah. Can't toss it. Understandable. It is Dorisuji, and the early 5-pin does make it somewhat dangerous.
I think the 3-pin...
Yeah, Shu opts to fold on the 3-pin.
You're not really expecting it to deal into a 2/4 Kanchan, because otherwise they would have kept the 5. So, I don't know if it's really that bad. But certainly it's concerning that we haven't seen any lower pin tiles, right? Just 1 2-pin has come out, and 1 Dora indicator. But, like, where are the 1 pins? And so it is entirely possible with such an early Riichi. Luke's had a 1-2-5 shape and just dropped the 5 for the early block. Slammed to Riichi. So she will try to back away from it now. We saw both of the 2 pins get drawn by Matthew, so this con will be to no avail. Matthew suddenly with 3 Dora. In the process of folding out, not wanting to drop this 5/8 Suji.
Yeah.
Looks like this round will come to a peaceful conclusion.
Yeah, just a simple Tenpai payment from everyone. Not too bad, but your hand did have a little bit of value.
Yeah, I'm sure Lucas would have been ecstatic to win that hand, and now it's somewhat of a close game. I mean, Korak and Lucas are 700 apart. And Matthew still has the lead here, but it's only by 10,000 now. South is the Dora. That's always a little tricky. Matthew currently holding 1, as well as opening up with the West Yakuhai.
But just talking on it. Korak, look at that. 2 Onkos connected. And then a 4-pin floater.
Yeah, this is a really fun shape. It can lead to some really confusing tempais down the road.
Yeah, for sure, but
Boom.
you just reach and turn on auto win. There's nothing to think about. Now Korak's currently Ishan 10.
Chi.
No, but Lucas opens up another time, chooses the 4/7. Korak will call that trying to outspeed Lucas. Now has the 2-5 weight. 2-4-5. Lucas also could have chosen the Shabo, but I think 4/7 wins a little bit more frequently because the 9 pin is preference.
Unfortunately for Korak, the 2-3-4-5 is pretty dead, and then here's the sumo for Lucas.
Yeah, actually all the 5's been drawn. There's only 1 4-pin left, and he was holding most of the 2s and 3s, so not as live as you'd hope. But Lucas does manage to outrace Korak in that one and will maintain the dealership here, now up to 32,000 points. It looked like Matthew was running away, but each of these players has taken turns winning their own hand, and now it is a really strong high five for Lucas. Chance to incorporate the Dora. Chun Uncle already held in hand, and Ishanten technically. On the right, that looks like it wants to be Tanyao Korak. I can just hear his voice now, looking for an excuse to call.
Yeah.
AKA,
The shapes are. Oh, there's their excuse to call. Double south.
looking for Lucas to drop a useful tile. Yeah, unfortunate that the south came out once already. Matthew across the table could be working towards a 1-2-3 Sanchoku. Not too much else going on in that hand. And on the left, Shu's opened up with the Hatsu aiming for Hatadora 1 potentially. Needs to find the Dora still. A little hesitation on that 1 pin. Maybe thought for a second about shifting to Honitsu. But still a lot of work to get there.
I wouldn't have hated if he hedged it a little bit with the 5-mon. Because you are technically overblocked right now, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's 6 blocks.
Lucas's hand had developed in a really interesting way that ended up being Chitoi Shanten, but then drew a Dora and said, I'm not going to sacrifice my normal hand for a Chitoi chance, so I'm going to go ahead and cut the 7, which, of course, Korak instantly calls. There's a lot of options here. Can call the south for double south Dora, can call and drop the souths for Tanyao, and also has a 6-7-8 Zanshoku possible.
Ooh. Alexa cut away
Gee.
from Dora.
Yeah, this is a very Lucas move. Maximize efficiency. Who cares about the Dora here?
Ooh, that
It deals it.
feels.
Dom.
Yeah.
That 1-2-3 Sanchoku does come to fruition for Matthew, and finally, we're moving forward again. We had a bit of a stop on Shu's dealership, bit of a stop on Lucas's dealership, each maintaining for an extra turn, and now we'll see if Korak can do the same in dealership number 2. Nice high pie here. It's 2 away from Tenpai already. But Matthew opens up instantly on the 1 pin with the Anko of South. That's double South. And a Dora in hand as well. Confirmed Yaku for Matthew. This poem definitely causing some initial confusion. Now they're probably thinking it's Toy Toy, but it's not.
Yeah. Already going off the check marks on what your what that possible Yaku is.
Oh, that's a sweet
Ooh.
draw for Korak. Now just
Yeah.
Diamen Ishantem. Average hand for Shu across the table. And for Lucas, there's the pay pair, but also wants to get Ipeko, so might choose to pass the first one, depending on how much he feels like he needs to match the speed of Matthew.
Chi.
Do you like calling the first pay here, or do you want to wait?
I'd say waiting is fine. If I'm assuming Toy Toy, then your wait's probably not going to be too great. That being said, that is 10 pi. Waiting on Dora, once cut.
Yeah, Korak's going to be vulnerable here. He really wants to hold his dealership. If he draws a second Dora, I don't know if he'll be able to hold it.
Yeah.
There are only 2 in the wall. Here's the pay. We'll see if Lucas wants to speed or value.
Does offer value. Does not believe that Matthew might be 10 pi yet, I'm assuming.
And maybe at the same time feels comfortable just using the north as a pair of save tiles if it comes down to it. Matthew had the opportunity to switch to 3-6 so, but of course he's going to stick with this one. You have to believe Shun is either in the wall or in Lucas's hand, because unless Shu has it paired up and has gone Otosuke, it seems really difficult for him to use it. So Matthew
Yeah.
probably pretty optimistic.
It's not off for an awkward Tanya shift.
Yeah, because you also have to rely on drawing a 4-mon. I think I'm in
Yeah.
agreement here. The only question for me is, like, does the 4-pin just deal it?
Ooh. Korak seems to be folding out a little bit.
Yeah, or at least vying hard for a Sadanko.
And that's
Gee.
10 across the way for Tanya Nomi.
And Lucas actually opens up there and calls the 3-mon, dropping the pay though, which means that it's going to be an awkward Tanyao shift or just a K10 play.
Gee.
And yeah, 3-4-5 sort of indicates that Lucas is just planning to hold a Tempai and fold on anything that looks bad to Matthew.
That doesn't look too great, to be honest. Only once. Oh, it is Genbutsu, never mind.
2-pin, you
Can't
could...
pawn this. Oh,
Yeah, and the 1-so is safe. The problem is you're really vulnerable after that. I mean, I guess you can drop the 2-so just fine. So maybe it's not that bad. And you have 4-mon later. Yeah, I think you can... Wait, but the 2-mon wait is just dead, so... Or
yeah.
2-so rate, rather, is just dead. Of course, you can switch that to whatever you want in the future.
Still no Chun drawn yet, besides the first.
2 in the wall, 8 tiles left, and Korak's desperately looking for something to call into Tempai as well. This 3 doesn't deal in.
Is thinking about
Gee.
cheating.
If he believes the 2 is safe, then it's fine. I guess the 2
Yeah.
came out from Korak a little while ago. Oh, the chi!
Ooh,
Shifted the draw!
can't afford to drop it.
Matthew would have sumoed that without the chi. Big brain play by Lucas.
Read the wall perfectly.
Oh, that's a tile that Korak
Oh.
needs. We'll pull in and drop, well, let's say for 4 or 5. 5 deals into Toy Toy less, so should be the 5, I think. Because there's 1 in the hand to the left and you have a pair. The Shu gets back.
Is that Tenpai?
It is
No.
not. So it's 3 players. Tenpai Shu will pay out. What a hand that was. The Chun ended up being in the wall both times. Rather, both of them did end up being there, but it was Shu the recipient of those tiles. So dealership will stay with Korak. Does pick up 1,000 points for his troubles and has a relatively speedy high pie that I know he's thinking about Honitsu here. And yeah, 4-mon instantly. Says, I'll just hold all of these blocks, but very likely to drop the 7-9 so soon. Matthew on the right. A very standard looking hand for Pinshu.
Yeah, but it's only like 3-4 blocks right now.
Yeah, got a lot of work to do. Decent floating tiles though to attach. It's a nice 5-mon.
Boom.
Insta-pwn for Korak. And he's got 5 blocks for Honitsu, so he'll just go ahead and cut the 7-9 immediately. Across the way, the hand is Ishan 10 looking for a pair, headless. And on the left, Lucas is approaching Tenpai as well. That is 2 away from Tenpai. Can open up on the Chun. Ooh, improvement in the so shape. If you want to use the Chun as your pair, that is. Matthew making steady progress. Korak with an improved shape as well. Everyone's looking strong. Oh, backfire for Shu. Ended up cutting the penchant in favor of this stronger 5, 6, 7 pin shape, Yamen, and instead drew the 7. 7 so. Matthew now super Ishanten with Itsu chance.
Beach.
Oh, does find 10 pi. Waiting on 5-8. Only 3 left in the wall? Yeah. And 10 pi for Korak.
Yeah.
Reach.
Itsu, and Matthew's gonna chase with the Itsu. And everyone's shoving these pin tiles, but they're not dealing in. 147 for Matthew. 1 pin north for Korak. And Shu has 5 pin, 8 pin. There's the north!
Oh!
This is a massive swing and fate. 58 going to Korak. That will exchange places. Korak now in the lead, picking up the 2 Ricci sticks as well. And Matthew back down to 2nd place. There are 3 players over 30,000. And this is like worst case scenario for Shu, who now is sitting in 4th and the only player below. But still, South 2, lots of game left.
Still has a dealership left.
Chi.
A bit unfortunate for
Korak.
Matthew in that one with a 3-sided weight. You'd think it would be advantaged there.
Home.
This is funny play. Korak, considering the Forso cut, and just takes it. So, I mean, you can't win with that tempai, so you might as well hold up for the most Chanta outs, which is the 1 Mon Dry and the 1 So Draw. And of course, if you get the Hatsu, you're not going to wait on the Forso as your Tonki anyway. So it makes perfect sense to play this way. Too early to be playing for K10s, so out it goes.
Ooh,
What-
I wonder maybe if you could have kept that 2 so around in case you draw the 1 so Dora.
Yeah. Now, Korak is, of course, planning to wait 1 So Tonki after pulling the Hatsu, but you can, just hold your 2 So.
Home.
This is it, though. Exactly where he wanted to be. And now the 1 So in Matthew's hand looking very suspicious. Suspiciously loose. But Matthew might have a cheat toy, in which case he would hold on to that tile. And of course, Korak's discards here sort of indicate a Chanta. It might make you a little bit more hesitant to drop that Dora out.
Yeah. Especially on a Tonki way like this.
Yeah, and of course, the players can see 4 tiles in hand. They don't know it's a Tonki. But after the 3rd call, it becomes more likely that it is a Tonki. It doesn't have to be. You could have a pair in a Jiamen or a pair in a Kanchan. But it's just pretty, much more likely than if you were to have, 7 tiles in hand. And yeah, it's just the way that this is progressing, I don't think Lucas or Matthew will ever consider dropping the Dora. So Korak drawing to 1 tile in the wall. And it's difficult for... I mean, I think, honestly, Matthew has the best chance of putting a hand together here. Ashu's shape look really nice, but kind of has to worry a little bit about what Korak is doing.
Yeah.
Whereas Matthew can draw
Oh, the
Dora
para.
and just go for Chitoi.
Yeah, Chitoi Ishanten.
Oh, Shu's figured it out as well. He's also playing for Chitoi. Korak officially drawing dead. So that means Matthew with the best chance to win this hand currently. Matthew and Shu both, I guess. Shanten for Chitoi. Lucas has nothing to play for here, so just folding away. It was looking to be a very promising hand for Korak. Will, at best, end in Ryukyoku. But, of course, as Mahjong players, all we can do is put ourselves in position to win. Let's see what the tiles give us.
Ooh, that would have been 10 pi if Matthew didn't folded, but understandable. All those honors are, I believe. Oh, that's Tenpai.
Does push the 2 anyway.
Damas.
There is a tune in the wall. Lucas won't drop it, so it looks like we're going to Ryukoku. 5 pins safe.
Yep.
All right, 2 players. Tenpai, Quark, and Matthew still duking it out, first and second place. And Quark with a very similar hand to the last one, except this time Honitsu less likely, Chanta less likely. It's probably just going to be Yakuhai Dora.
Yeah, just take the points you didn't earn from last hand.
Yeah, pretty much. Nice draw there. Kind of overblocked here. Ooh, do we pwn that immediately? Quark says yes. Doesn't mind Atosuke here. And also, if it comes down to it, can force Honitsu in the Monzu.
Yeah, could still also like manage to find Shanta somehow. Wouldn't be too unrealistic.
A 9-so draw might be a little interesting. Maybe you could cut 8 Mon first. Just hedge everything.
But that doesn't hedge Sancho good.
1
Well, goes to the 8 Mon anyway. At this point, after calling that pin tile, really relying on the tune, but still gives him the 9-so draw as a potential Chanta out. Here's the tune, and will Lucas hold it? Is he willing to give up on another hand?
Tenpai Horak, no Yaku, but can refine a 1-mon
1
for just Shanta.
Yeah, this is not the worst, no Yaku shape. Shoemaking moves across the table. We'll plan on calling the Hatsu for Yakuhai, maybe Yakuhai Dora 1. Oh, and Korak decides to make the shift. Maybe as a result of, his last winning tile being caught up in someone else's hand. He doesn't want to rely on this Atosuke situation and says, if it comes out anyway, just like in the previous hand, I get to pick my Tonki. Of course,
Do you really want to go Dora Tonki again after what happened last time?
Yeah, that is a little bit. I mean, it also looks like Honitsu, right? Oh, how about 9-so
Ooh.
Tonki?
I like it.
Right now it's Chun Dora 1 or Chun Dora 3 versus Chun Chanta Dora 1.
Yeah.
With all this foo, I think the difference in score is a lot closer. Because what is this? 16-22. So 50 foo, 3 and 50.
Yeah.
96 is pretty close to the 12,000 you would have gotten, but it's a much more likely weight to win. Oh, just when Shu backs away from the Hatsu pair, draws the third one, of course. When Korak drops Dora, you know he's Tenpai. And there's the 9-so. Matthew will just drop it out. And Korak feels like a genius.
Onto the direct competition. Nasty. Nice.
I love that choice. And Korak
So how
now...
are we feeling about Itsu?
Hey, this dealership has served him well and might continue with Itsu and Dora and Yakuhai. That would be massive. Well, never mind. Draw a Yamen in the Monzu. And Matthew on the right. Now in third place after that great start. That deal-in was quite unfortunate. The 9-so looked very safe. But now struggling to come back a little bit. Might have a hand to do so here, though. If you can draw into 3-4-5 Sanchoku, as well as Tanyao and Dora, I mean, that would be incredible. And even opening up for it. Winning 3,900 here with the Homba as well will be enough to move Matthew over 30,000 again. And Atsumo will put him into second place. Across the way, Shu is looking at 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku potentially, but would need to draw perfect tiles for that, specifically 6-pin and 7 so.
Seven so, yeah. Ooh.
Lucas finally with a hand that looks like it could do something. The shapes are good.
Oh, there's a 6-pin, but cuts away for the Sanshoku. Just wants the consistent shapes.
Oh, decision time,
Ooh.
Korak. What's it gonna be? 8-9 pin or something like 7-7 or Hatsu? Goes with this way for the potential punitive draw.
You can't really. I don't really want that pair. You really want the Pinfu
Yeah, actually,
if you're two shoes.
oh, I see. For Shu.
Boom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think if I'm Korak, I actually prefer cutting the 7 so. Other than the fact that it might get called by Matthew for Tanya. Because I want to be able to bail out this hand with a Hatsu call later if necessary.
second Dora draw for Korak.
That's a little awkward. If he tries to shoehorn it into this hand, might end up cutting the 1-2. I guess if you draw the 4 pin, you can just cut the 6 instead. Or rather the 9 pin. And you'll be totally fine.
But in terms of value, I think you just want the Itsu anyways. But
Yeah, the question is, can you drop it against Matthew's Tanya?
リーチ
What do you see reaching from shoot? It is 3-sided, so no matter what Korak drops, it will be
oh,
dealing in.
that could have been Sanshoku though.
Oh yeah, it did draw the 7. And instead
Yum.
draws the 2 pin that will deal it to Matthew, so Symmetrico's side would not have mattered. And that's a pretty big win for Matthew, who now gets to 29-9, still in 3rd place, but very, very close to 2nd. And Korak's reign of terror on his dealership finally comes to an end, but he can sit tight here with the lead in the final 2 dealerships. Matthew.
An okay hand for Matthew. It's not too impressive, but shapes are there.
Yeah, callable,
There's
has a
a
door.
Dora.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Possible Sanshoku now.
Shoe on the right, pretty decent shapes. The question is, what do you hedge here? Do you hedge Itsu? Do you hedge Dora acceptance? Do you hedge something like 2-3-4 Sanchoku? We'll give up on Itsu and hold for everything else. Now 3-4-5 as well. So just holding for the most efficient shapes, and Shu will try to make a big comeback on his dealership. Across the way, those are more fairly strong shapes for Lucas, but this 9-pin Dora doesn't fit. And with 3 8-pins visible, Lucas's only hope of really incorporating that is to draw more Dora. So just lets it go for now and hold the more efficient shapes. The final 8-pin visible to the table, so Matthew can see the Sanchoku is not live. Could have thought about calling that 8-pin, but says decides to keep the shapes as they are. And instead it'll be Shu taking the Richi. 2-5 so for Richi Nomi.
There's one shot left for the wall for Dora.
Now Urasad
Ura-san, yeah.
would be sweet for Shu. Would be, huge given the current point situation. Well, we found the shot. Yeah, at this point, if you're
just slide it under.
if you're Shu, you're just like, you have nothing better to do but count which how many Uda tiles you have, what your Uda chance is. So for everyone else here, they're just defending. No one wants to deal into 4th place Ricci. Now only one of each tile left in the wall. The south wind that Matthew was looking for so long finally comes out, but too late. He'll choose just,
Yeah, I think at this point you're probably closer to Chi Toy.
yeah.
Also just fold out normally.
I mean, he's still Dianshan 10. If he can find, convince himself to pass the 9 pin, it only deals into Tonki or Shabo. But if it deals into Tonki or Shabo, it's going to deal in for a lot.
相撲
Remember, there's a sumo. Chi sumo. No, we're
It's a start. Maybe that's the momentum that
yeah.
Shu needs to come back in this one.
Plus, it's actually really helpful because you knock 2 people under 30k.
Yeah, Korak also quite pleased with that outcome. Being the only player above 30,000 would mean that he gets the 5 points of Uma, but the bonus 5 points of Uma, I should say. However, Shu, looking pretty decent here. Dianshan 10.
Yeah, with the Dora.
There's the Mon improvement he was looking for, so very strong now for Richi Pinshu Dora. And as dealer, that's quite a lot of points. Luke's on the right has had very average hands all game long, and this one is no exception. There's a Dora, but awkward shapes everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna have to make a choice now. Which shape would you keep in his situation? I'm gonna say 3-4 Mon, personally.
Yeah, I'm cutting away from the 6-7 on.
The 2 Mon just looks pretty good, given that a lot of people have dropped 1s, and Korak's early 3, 1-3 shape means he probably doesn't need a 2. It looks like it wouldn't have mattered. The 5 comes into hand, and we're gonna slam a Richi. There's no Sanchoku here, so no need to think about it. It's just Richi, Pinfu, Dora. 2-5 pin is very live in the wall. 5 tiles live. So Richi, Pinfu, Dora, Tsumo, Ura would be 12,000 points and would change the whole scope of this game dramatically for Shu. This is an amazing chance. And for the rest of the players, they're very unhappy to see this early dealer Richi.
Not just that, it's also 4th place, so a deal-in can just mean a lot on the spot.
Yeah, they are drawing some of the winners now. Only 4 left in the wall. Lucas continues to draw So tiles. Will he get tempted into a Onitsu? Not quite yet.
It is Ishan 10, but you do have to brave the 2 pin.
I mean, Lucas does have some incentive to get over 30k here, but do you want to risk 4th place for 30k? Start with the 6 pin. 7 not necessarily safe.
It is still probably safer than lower spins, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Given all the quite a few of the 6 pins have been cut out. Actually, 2 pins been 1 chance by the 3 pins, so
Yeah, the way Lucas is playing this, though, signals he does not want to participate in this hand. And now there's only 1 5 pin left to accompany the... Oh, and 1 2 pin as well. So Shu running out of tiles. They're all going to the wrong players. 2 chances. There are 2 tiles in the wall, 3 draws. The 258 Suji hasn't cleared, but I think Matthew has no choice but to try it. Manzu looks a lot safer than the Sozu does. Oh, there it is! Oh. The final 2 pin. Richi, Tsumo, Pinfu, Dora. Is there Ura? Misses!
whiffs, but can't complain about 26 all.
No, that is a huge outcome for Shu. And now drags these players even closer. Has a chance of escaping, but Matthew's going to try to cut this short. Will accept a 2nd place here with the Homba, 1,000 points. And it looks like he's got a door in hand as well. So 2,300 will be enough to take a 2nd place. Could even be Chanta as well for some bonus value. And if he does get 3 Han, that will be over 30,000. And a much needed positive finish.
Dude, though, pairing up his Yakuhai like one turn too late.
Yeah, we'll be relying on the final East to come out. Lucas on the right. The hand is improving from Tempai. Korax looks very slow. One of Korak's goals might be he might be fine with Matthew winning a hand. Like, he doesn't care if Matthew wins the championship or not. All he wants to do is make sure to end the game in first place. So he might be comfortable feeding tiles to Matthew. That's a great 6 fill for Lucas. Ishanta now. Interestingly, holds the 4-pin and the 7-pin, which as a final weight looks really awkward, but Lucas just doesn't like the fact that the 8 so is once cut already. He also plans to turn one of those pin pairs into a diamond shape.
Yeah, a lot easier with that, because if you draw like a 6 or 6, so you're just gonna Ricci, right?
Oh, just draws Tempai this way.
1
3-6 so Ricci Dora 1. And now Matthew in a little bit of trouble here with 2 calls. Might if you deal into Mangan, you drop to 4th. Oh, but it's
Sumo.
Ipatsumo!
Oh, Ikatsumo!
Reach Ipatsumo Dora. It's not going to be enough to catch Korak, but that is significant in the sense that Lucas will be finishing with a positive result here. And Korak will lose the bonus 5 points of Uma. So, after one game, Korak picks up 29 and will move out of the demotion zone. Lucas picks up 10.4, will also move further away from demotion. Lucas and Korak now back-to-back in the standings. After game 1, Matthew drops down 11.1 points. So instead of having a 33.3 gap ahead of Max, it is now only 22.2. 3 games yet to play. And for Shu, that is a minus 20.3. Given the way the game started, that is an acceptable loss. Still has a whole 86 approximately points from the demotion zone. And so as long as he doesn't get 3 more games exactly like this one, should still be safe. But from where the game started to where we ended up was a pretty dramatic difference.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like the entire scoreboard was flipped from like that the end of East 1.
The only thing that stayed constant was the fact that Shu stayed in 4th place the entire round, had a Ricci and dealt into a Mongon well in Ricci, and came back at the end, had a couple great hands to minimize the damage, which was excellent for him. Are they playing 2 or all 4? I want to say they're playing all 4. We'll assume 2 for now. But I think their scheduling was a little bit different. So either they're playing 2 and then finishing out of session, or they are going to try to squeeze all 4 in. I guess only time will tell. But we do know that the second game is underway, and we are 2 minutes away from the start of that one. Of course, I imagine that the players themselves are very, very focused on their own games. They're probably not chilling in chat right now to give us that info. Yeah, it was quite early start. Typically, games start a little bit later in the evening, so it's possible that the early start was to give time to play all of the games. Yeah, it should be noted, of course. I know there's some people interested in the B3 matchup that's happening. A very tense situation up at the promotion zone there. And if you're curious about the result of that first game, it was Ray taking the first plus 30.3, Dave a second place with plus 14.7, Michael took a negative 15.2 third, and Nancy a negative 29.8 fourth place. And that means that the top of the standings is a little bit more solidified. Nancy was the closest out of that group to chasing down the top group. However, there are still 3 games to play in that series. All right, this time it will be Matthew opening up in the dealer seat, Korak to the right, Lucas across the table, and Shu on our left. I anticipate that in this game, nothing is going to change. The players all have basically the same goals as they had last time.
Yeah. All in agreement to end the Hanshan at everyone at 30k.
No, they'll definitely be battling it out for sure. I mean, because no one can afford to take the 4th, right? So they'll have to be. Let's be a little bit careful how they play this. Maybe that's the small change we'll see, is a little bit more 4th avoidance from Korak as opposed to fighting to get out of the demotion zone. Now that he's won a game and has a little bit of a buffer, but again, you're just one bad third away or a couple of medium thirds from falling back into that demotion zone. So we are underway. Matthew the first dealer. Hypai says it wants to be Tanyao, but you've got a west pair.
They'll cut away from that west pair pretty easily, if depending on how you draw.
Yeah, also,
Like
that's 4 pairs and an Anko now, so.
Could be Chitoy. On the right? Okay, shapes for Korak. Just seems like Ruchi Pinfu. Oh, it's 3rd Onko.
Okay, so we have 2 pairs, 2 Ankos. And I don't know.
Just need some 6-0s.
Yeah, right. 3 6-0. Let's go. They're all
they're pretty live in the wall. That's
there are
all
3
I'm
in the
saying.
wall. Oh my goodness, here's another pair. We are Suanko Ishanten, everybody.
Yeah.
Get ready. We got to count these tiles. 7 pin has 1. The West Wind has 2. No, 1. One's been discarded. 2 mon live, completely live.
Yeah.
There is legitimate Suanko chance. Do any of these other hands? Matthew's even dropping the 4 mon. He says, you know what? I don't care if I drop a 3. This is Suanko or bust.
Honestly, fair.
Korak has drawn a 2nd Dora and now an Anko of the 7 mon. So looking really strong for a Tanyao Dora too. I anticipate he will open up for the hand if he can. I mean, the 8 mon, not really that useful of a call. It would just give you a headless shape that might involve dropping a door later. But how about this? You want to call the 4? 2, 3, 4 chi? No, let's go.
Not to.
And now Korak's starting to draw pairs. I think if Korak was in a more desperate position, he might have called for the Mongon chance. But in his current position, he just wants to maximize his winning odds here. So just holding the very good shapes that he has right now. Oh, wow. This is Tempai. Tanyao Dora 2.
リーチ
Slams Orichi. It's Korak. Doesn't dumb up
Of
from this
course.
position. Not even with Sadanko chance. 3, 6, so. Richi. Tanyao Dora 2 is a Mongon.
リーチ
Shu will chase with a
Ooh.
5. Oh, risky tile, but it passes. What does Shu have over there? Just Richi Pinfu, waiting 6-9 pin. It is a pretty good weight, or at least normally it would be. However, 6 pin is held, and Matthew will call this down for Toy Toy. Could still be Sadanko upon Sumo. And that call shifts the 6-so away from Korak's hand. Now,
Gee.
Lucas has a chance to fight with 1 mon, 1 mon. Still maintains the E-shot. There's the 6, though. Matthew's
Oh,
going to
no.
win. Richi, Tanyao, Dora 2.
Or 2.
Ura? Misses.
Whiffs. Barely whiffs.
If Matthew could have gotten his Suanko closed, even Ron would have been Ura-san, so it would have been a monster of his own. But
Yeah.
instead, it will be Korak pulling out the win, and that's why Yurichi gets the Mongon value out of it, and this time it's Korak going off to the early lead.
Okay, starting hand needs to find the pair, but you can call this down for a double 20 Dora.
Outside of the chance to draw the Dora, Korak is looking for an excuse to make the 22. That
Gee.
so might be the start. We're just the Haku draw away from full-blown Honitsu. And honestly, even if you get just a tone or... Okay, never mind. Haku's twice cut. A little bit harder.
Yeah.
On the right, Lucas can call
Eat.
Hatsu. Might
It's
choose
already
not
10
to now. Yeah. And once again, Shu with a Yaku high weight. Got an early tempi like this in the last game, although ended up dealing in while pushing for his hand in that instance. This one is a lot earlier, and no one really has the value to chase except for the dealer. So much more likely that Shu will manage to pull it out. Korak a pseudo tempi here. Does it have a Yaku? Well, now it does.
Home. Don't.
Oh.
We'll drop the 5. Between the 5-so and the 6-so, one was not safer than the other, so picked the weight that included the terminal, which makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, that dealt in, but only for 1600, so Korak will take the lead into East 3. And pays about the same that he would have via Tsumo anyway, so doesn't really lose too much more by choosing to fight in this situation.
Starting hand for Lucas.
It's a weird
I want
one.
to see if this. Yeah. There's possible Chi toy, but you're probably closer to Tanyao. Or it's probably easier to go Tanyao.
Yeah, 1-1 cut. Also, a question mark on what happens to this Dora. Depending on how you connect to it, that might influence your decision. Like if you draw 6-mon, maybe
Yeah.
Lucas will be more likely, or maybe 7-mon. Either one of those two, more likely to go 1-1. If you draw the 8, maybe you hold for Chi Toy with something like the 6-so.
4 9 pins on the right on Sue's hand.
Shu might be considering a Chinitsu at this point. I think 3-so, 5-so is the normal play here.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to con just yet. Across the way, that is Ishantan for Richidora 1. Possible Pifu if the door indicator is drawn, and there are 3 in the wall.
Home.
And then Zhu calling.
That does...
This.
You don't actually lose that much in this situation because you still accept the 4-pin and you still accept the 6-pin. And now...
Yeah, I was trying to figure out like the 10 pi if you get the 7 pin.
Now, will we see the con? I'll go for Lucas. Tries the 1. Uh-oh. She cut...
Chi.
Pins?
Yeah, she got the 9 and hold the tempi. No con. Here's that 6 we were alluding to, and sure enough, Lucas decides to get the 1-mon. Also, I think it's important in this instance to do this because he's kind of out of time. Shu's getting there very quickly. Oh, does he choose to drop the 6 and try to Suji the 3? Let's go. It's a different type of Suji.
Yeah. It is Nakasuji now. But I'm not sure if you can really trust like Sujis in a hand like Chinitsu.
1 pin. 1 pin's kind of juicy. Let's it go though.
リーチ
Matthew will take the fight. Ricci pinned Fudora in a suit. Oh, Lucas could also fight, but has to drop the 4-pin to do so. And says, no, I'm
Opts not
out.
to. Yeah.
Tone
Bit of a scary tile.
yes,
Yeah.
suspiciously live, but this significantly reduces the value of the hand should she manage to win it. Oh no!
Oh,
Oh, that's tragedy, and of course Matthew will get the sumo. No Uda, so just the 52, but what a swing.
Yeah, the mental damage to Zoo is just ooh.
Oh, she's gotta be so sad about that. I mean, ultimately, you don't lose that much. You're still in second place, but oh, what could have been. Now you have to sweat out the rest of the game. And it has significant impact. Matthew's right back in the game now. Dora
Well, at
2
least
for Shu
Shu's
now.
yeah. Dora 2 are somewhat callable hands. So honestly, not too bad.
Yeah, that 5 is really nice too. Improves your so shape. A lot of different ways that hand can go now. But Lucas
Calls for
should
10 pie, waiting on 5 so.
that 5 so that's being just sandwiched in by Shu. Only one left in the wall. Who, with 2 Doras, absolutely fighting.
Ooh, that's a shape upgrade.
That's so good now. 2, 4, 5. Wait. Fortunately for Shu, doesn't have to drop any of those tiles.
Oh, that was 10 pie, but no Yaku.
Correct. Ishanten for Chichoi, but also has some Uncle draws. Could make things exciting. I think Shu might like the 7-pin better than the 7 mon. Just because there's some 50-10 draws, like specifically the 8 mon.
I don't like this 3 so all that much.
It does have the potential to give you a pretty wide weight if you draw the 4, but
Yeah. It's about as effective as a Rionman at this point. Like, even just,
well, just draw the 4 and you've got a huge weight now. And Totsu 2, 5 so, as well as the Dora 2 mon. There is a Dora in the wall. Lucas cannot use the second one. That could be a tragic draw for Lucas. Quack shifts the Chichoi to the 4-pin. Oh, what a read!
The Dama.
Back-to-back 4-pins in the wall. And just like that, the dealership ends. Korak's lead maintained. This has been quite a wild game. We shift to Matthew, back in the dealer seat in the South round.
Pretty mediocre hand. I guess there is Tanyao now.
Yeah, I'm just scanning all of these hands, and nothing's really exciting me. That 3-so draw is exciting, but the rest of the hand, not so good. I mean, Lucas has a door and a couple pairs, but nothing dramatic just yet. Oh, Shun pair, and now Matthew's hand is starting to look pretty good. That's another Anko draw for Lucas.
Are we gonna have the Suonko chance?
Pair for Matthew, pair for Korak. The wall has decided that it's going to be Chitoi for everybody. Shu as well on the left with 4 pairs. Ooh.
Yeah, I suppose the season of Christmas is just another way of saying it's season for G toys.
The seasons now, the Arbals. Wow, five
Oh,
people.
great Phil!
Just as I was about to say that's an awkward
Gee.
shape, and now it's gorgeous shape. Yishanten for Matthew. Korak Atosge Tempai. Very obvious to the rest of the table what's going on here. Can they afford to care? We'll find out. Also, could be the Chun, could be the Haku, no one knows. It's just a 50-50 whether you deal it or not.
It's still technically be. No, the South came a little bit earlier, so definitely not South.
Now Lucas pauses, second says, nah. I don't
That was
buy
2
it.
turns ago.
Home.
This will open up here. You shut then for Tanya, but also Toy chances. Oh, but the Haku draw comes into Shu instead, who will hold it. And this is one of the things I've noticed from Shu's plays. He does tend to hold Shompai Honor Tiles for as long as he can. In this case, he might be playing for Chi twice, especially with that force so cut. So
Home.
at that point, the Haku is perfectly fine to wait on. Matthew as well will open Atosge, and now it's 2 players looking for Honor Tiles. Both the Chun and the Haku deal it. Who will get their win?
There's also 10 pie for Lucas across the way, winning on 7 pin.
Oh, good catch.
And the 2 does come out, but no Yaku.
Similarly, the 6 comes
6
out for
also
Matthew.
no Yaku.
Now's your time to pass the Chun. 2 tiles in the well for Matthew, 1 in the well for Korak. Oh, Shu draws them both. It'd be hilarious if Shu just draws all of these tiles. Oh, Korak gets the 7. That's going to deal in.
Dong.
Just Tanya Door, the Anko in hand end up, and the Kanchan end up giving you enough food to build it up to 40. So that means that it's a very tight race between 2nd and 4th place now.
Yeah.
The hand that immediately draws my attention is the Ishanten on the right. And the players will be wondering about that 3-pin Tadashi. Just slam a Ricci? Okay. Ricci, Chun, Dora, waiting for 6-pin. Insane start. And Korak was looking at his hand thinking, I thought I had the fast iPie. Everyone around the table actually pretty speedy here.
Yeah. Ooh, Arazuke for Hatsu, but doesn't realize that it is Mochi Mochi.
Yeah, the hand will not come to fruition now.
Korak opting to fold out the best he can.
Sumo.
Doesn't mind the sumo too much.
No, well, this is not a great sumo though because
Yeah.
now Lucas takes over first place, but Korak will still have a positive result currently in South 3. And this is...
Yeah, adding a little bit more buffer for the motion line. So ooh, this is a really good hand for Lucas right now.
Yeah, looks really nice. You've got these honor tiles to work through, but everything does look quite pretty. That's a great floating tile as well. She on the right has a Dora and so tiles, but we'll drop the 9. That will be instantly cheated by Matthew, who is looking at a Junchan or Chanta play. Potentially Sanchok as well. It does have some very specific tiles that it needs, and I fear for the Sanzo. Currently, 3 of those being held. On the left, Korak's hand looks really decent. It is Ishantem. However, Lucas's shapes just keep looking better and better for Tanyao Door 2.
Does find the Hatsu, so no longer that bad of not as or that bad of a call.
Yeah, and now it can just turn into Hatsu only. Of course, Hatsu Chanta is viable, and that also gets Matthew off of this really tough to find 3-so.
Yeah. Plus, there's also Sanshoku now for 3 Han total. Yeah.
Ishanten for Lucas.
Opts not to call the first Hatsu.
Really?
Hmm.
That is quite interesting. I guess did draw the 9 pins, so that's useful, but I feel like just having a Yaku is pretty good. I mean, Sanchoku is the same as Hatsu in terms of value. This is 8-so, yeah. I was gonna say 7 pin, but I think 8-so is a little bit better because it helps
Each.
confirm the Dora. Now with the Shurichi, I think Lucas wants to
Chi.
cheat this and fight. There's little to defend with, so I think he's just gonna take the
Yeah.
Tenpai. That call once again shifting the winning tile away from Shu for Ipatsumo. Instead, it goes to Matthew, who now has to struggle to defend here, drawing a door. And Matthew is out. So Shu looking at Richi pin Fudora 1. 1-4 pin is the weight, and there are 4 tiles on the wall.
Lucas shifting Tenpai to 7 pin 6-so.
5 mon, at least Nakatsuchi. 7 pin. The door is never coming out, so it's got to be the 7 pin, which has 1 in the wall. 3 tiles for Shu. I think they're all 1 pins at this point. I'm pretty sure Lucas will shove a 1 pin as well.
Going by tone. A little bit of hesitation there.
I guess it came
Oh wait,
out.
no, it's
Yeah.
good. It's yeah.
Just doing a quick count, making sure it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, here's that 1
Oh.
pin. Does Lucas think it's too late? There's 1 chance. Yeah, Lucas backs off. Wow, nice read.
Does not like it.
Says with 2 draws remaining, I have enough tiles to bow out here. I don't need to fight for this hand, even though it's worth 58. And a dodge is the deal, and as a result, we'll only lose 1,000 points instead. And Shu only picks up 3k. And that means that Lucas retains the lead going into all last. That also puts Matthew in a little bit of trouble here, but by no means out of it. 1 good hand will be a role reversal here for Matthew. Currently, Shu in the dealer seat. Pretty good high pie. Pair, a couple of Jiamen shapes, and a couple of worse shapes. There's a Kanchan and a Penchan in the Sozu, but not too bad of an opening high pie. On the right, Matthew has a fast hand, but not necessarily expensive hand. We'll have to include the Richi stick and the Honba as part of his points calculations. And now there's a second Yakuhai. So Yakuhai Dora is 39 plus 13 from the middle. 52. That will overtake Shu by exactly 100 points. Across the way, Korak with a very nice looking hand.
Ooh.
Hey, I've seen this before. Chunako Hatsu pair. That was Lucas's big
Although this
win.
time you do want to call the Hatsu though.
Absolutely. Lucas probably with the worst hand of the group.
Chi.
Yeah, not exactly something you could just easily end the Hanchan with.
Matthew might have Honitsu here for Mongan. And that would be even more significant because Matthew really wants a positive score, not just to not be last.
Yeah, I believe Mangan Sumo just Gaktens you into first.
Oh, with the Ricci stick and the home buy, yeah, it would. Gyokuten possible for Matthew. Here's that Hatsu. It doesn't really work for Shu. No, Shu loves to hold these honor tiles and will continue to do so.
Or at least wait until 10 pi or something. Yeah.
And Shu doesn't really have a big goal of winning this hand, honestly. Just given his position, this current standing is totally acceptable. And even if Matthew is the only player Tempai, Shu will also not be last and will only lose like 6 points, which for his standings is very good. So he can afford to play a little bit cautiously around Matthew's hand. For Matthew, the big
Boom.
problem spot is this 3-pin, and look at this, Shu opening up with the 3-mon and still not dropping the Hatsu. Recognizes that somebody wants it. And Korak, the very out of character Dama, it makes a lot of sense in this situation. Korak doesn't need a first place, just wants the game to end. Let's see if Korak can maintain the Dama here.
Each.
Fighting against his inner instinct. Cannot. He cannot. You know what would be nice here? A first. First is better than just getting a second place. And Matthew will get the Hatsu Tempai now. 3-pin tough to find. There's only one left in the wall. And with the Ricci stick, that will be enough to move over 30k too. But also Matthew cannot use one of Korak's winning tiles, which has 3 left in the wall. 2 left in the wall as Lucas draws one of them. Shu can call to Tempai Russian Tanki on the 4-pin.
Chi.
Takes it. That's a Mongon. There is a door left. No, there's no door. They're all held. The walls wants Lucas to fight here, but can you afford to? The 8-pin doesn't look that bad. Shot done for Lucas. Sure wonders about this force, so I think it's Nakasuji with the 1-pin that came out, so might have considered, just for the win rate purposes, dropping it away. Oh, but instead, Matthew gets the Tsumo on the last 3-pin. And that's going to overtake, not first place, but will overtake Korak for second. And it is Lucas the winner here, plus 19.0. Matthew, big swing from last into second place, gets a positive score out of it, plus 6.7, helping to stave off that, increase that gap, holding a lead still over Max for the top spot. Korak loses 7.3 points. Not ideal. We'll have to sweat out 2 more games. And for Shu, negative 18.4. Still in the territory of acceptable losses, but not the outcome he was hoping for. And wow, these games come down to the last hand over and over again. Something significant happens.
Yeah, very tight game so far. Seems like they're doing a third, but will not be playing a fourth. So
Okay,
yeah,
good to
like,
know.
honestly, I feel like these types of tight games are just like best case scenario for every player here.
It's certainly best case scenario for us as viewers.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying every second of this. It's amazing how every single decision matters. Even just whether to reach your Dama in that final hand could have played a role in what ended up happening there.
Yeah.
Perhaps Shu chooses to drop the 4-pin if there was no Ricci. Perhaps the 7-mon comes out from Lucas without a Ricci. Who knows? For all we know, that could have changed nothing except for Matthew picking up an extra 1,000 points. But even earlier, we saw that 6-pin shift from Shu in favor of the East that looked very scary. and the 6-pin draw immediately after, where it's had a significant swing. That could have been Shu taking the second place and Matthew taking the fourth if that hand didn't go through.
Uh, just so many things happening all at once.
And this is kind of what I expected just from the season in general with the type of players that were in A1. My sort of perception was that when you have an opportunity, you really need to capitalize on it, because if you don't, someone will punish you for it. And I think in the future divisions of A1, it's going to continue to get worse and worse in that regard. Like, you're not going to get second chances. So if you have an opportunity, you need to take it. It's going to be a little bit of a delay now before the next game comes in. They took a quick break to check the logs and get a bit of a breather, as this third game is going to be very important. Not as important as the fourth game, but this will set the stage. As you said, they don't have time to play all four today, so especially with the number of repeats we've had today, these games have been a little bit longer than usual. They will play out this third game, and that will sort of determine what needs to happen for the final game of the series. With so much on the line, championship, demotion, all at stake. We are 2 minutes away from the start of that one. And regarding that B3 series, still no result for game number 2. They're still going on there.
Yeah, let's take a quick check on them. See where they're at.
Oh, yeah, it looks like they did finish their game. Maybe the result has come in.
Oh, wait.
Game number 2 for that B3 series resulted in another first place by Ray. This time a very small one. Is a tightly contested game. The players finished all very close to 30,000. So plus 17.0 for Ray, plus 5.7 for Nancy in second place. Michael took a negative 6.4 third, and David a negative 17.3 third place. And that means that for the B3 division, for those of you who are paying close attention to the standings there, Nancy is a little bit closer to the top group at positive 58.3. The guaranteed promotion slot currently sits at 150, so Nancy might not be able to reach that area, but with 2 games to go, could aim for one of the bonus promotion slots that we suspect will be occurring, and that means her target is the 90.9 from Blaine or the 81.4 from Eric. With 2 games to go, that means picking up about 32 points for Nancy. For Ray, with the 2 first places, that moves farther away from the demotion zone, so seems to be pretty secure with only 2 games to play. And Dave, also quite secure.
Excuse me, I was having some audio issues.
Nope, all good.
Alright. Seems like the game hasn't started yet.
Yep, we're just seconds away from the start here. It will be Lucas in the dealer seat, Matthew on the right, across the table, Korak in the north seat. We've seen somewhat of a return to normalcy for everyone at the table. Everyone's kind of gotten their chance. Lucas, I think, has been the player with the fewest tempais, but has capitalized when he's gotten them. I think his high pie in general have been kind of weak, but the one hand he got that was an amazing high pie. Got an early Ricci and Sumo for enough points to confirm a first place in the last. And we're off again. Game number 3 out of 4. This will be the final game from the A1 table tonight. And Lucas opens up to a double tone pair as well as plenty of blocks to complete the hand. Seems to be a call and go approach, and there's the call.
Home.
We will go. Matsu first, maybe, and Matthew could try to match the speed here with the call. Does he like the shapes better? Prefers to stay closed here for the time being. Across the way, Dora immediately drops that out in favor of holding all the shapes. Could eventually work towards the 3-4-5 Sancho, but otherwise, just a Ricci. And on the left, Korak. Ishanted. Potential Shabo 1-pin 9-mon or an 8-pin Kanchan. One of those shapes needs to fill. And of course, this Nakabukune shape in the lower Sozu can be improved. But here's that 9-mon draw.
Tenpai, yeah.
Do you just slam a Ricci here, or do you want something better?
It
Each.
is still pretty early, but the opposite take
Home.
the Ricci, there's like no info given.
Yeah, and perhaps he likes the idea of the 8-pin coming out of Lucas's hand, given the early 6-pin cut.
Yeah. And yeah, Lucas is gonna struggle to find the 7, so...
That's right, Korak's got 3 out of 4, only 1 left in the wall. Oh, but can switch to a Tonki here. Drop 8
Yeah.
so? Oh, goes with a safer cut. I really like cutting the 8 so there. I don't buy that Korak is waiting on the 8 so, and I'm certain a 9 so is going to be followed. But 9 so, of course, was definitely the safer of the options, and there's still a decent chance that the 8 so comes out, especially now that all these so tiles are coming out. There's the 7! Wow. Who could have thought? And now he's waiting Taki on the 7. It's completely
no.
dead. Still, it's going to be a while for Korak to draw as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Lucas off of it entirely. One so's very good. Only 1 8-pin the wall versus 3 of the 1 so.
Could switch to non.
And non is a Genbutsu 8. Lucas cannot catch a break. This is tragedy.
No.
South currently buried in the wall. Is that Tenpai for Shu? It is. Oh, finally, okay.
Oh,
Lucas got there. It took multiple missed wins, but did get the Tsumo. And that combined with the Ricci stick is going to give him a nice little 4,900 advantage over the starting points. Pretty reasonable high pie here as well. Dora and a completed shape and a Jiankun in the Pinzu. To the right, another hand that Matthew can open, but might choose not to, as the shapes look very strong. Across the way, Shu looking better as well. Interesting pair shapes for this hand. North is once cut, but typically that makes for a strong Shabo 8. Quark on the hand, or on the other hand, has a very messy high pie. Be a big struggle for him to put anything together, especially because Lucas is drawing quite well here.
these draws for Matthew are just so good. Already Ishan 10.
Yeah, with a high pie like that, it really did feel like Matthew was going to have a fast track towards Tenpai, but getting perfect draws for the first 4, at least. Making progress every single turn, and now Shu with a decision to make. Do we like the Kanchan or do we like the Shabo? And I think because this Kanchan is improvable, is choosing, and also the fact that we have a lot of pairs already, is choosing to cut away from this north. Now there is a world with 5, 6, 7 Sanjiko for Shu. Could be very nice.
Would have to cut away from the lower Pinzus to get that Sanchoku.
That is true. Maybe work towards 4, 5, 6 instead.
Yeah.
Lucas finally a step in the right direction. Ishan 10 headless. And Matthew, that could turn into Pinfu, so out come the Hatsu. Which player will get Tenpai first? Shu also Ishan them. Could switch to Diankun here instead. Chooses to set up a Suji trap.
Oh, does get it. Ricci Pinfu.
Each.
Yeah, Ideal draw. Ricci Pinfu waiting for 7 so. There are 3 tiles in the wall, but all of them are 4 so.
相撲
Oh, Ipatsumo.
Ipatsu.
Uda would be manga and misses though. 52 for Shu. And that should take first place over. Yeah. Especially with Lucas eating the Oyakaburi there. But Lucas still over 30,000 points and in second place as we move to Matthew's dealership. Hi Pi, yes or no?
It's callable.
Yeah, it's a big yes for me. I love this. On the right, there it is also callable. Just in a different way. Haku, maybe it leaves Lucas's hand soon. Across the way, Korak can accept the door into that hand. Also has the West. Currently in last place by 1,000 points, but still early days. On the left, the Haku finally comes out. Opens with very nice shapes as well and can accept a Dora. She will open up immediately this time, and that gives the ideal Dora draw to Lucas. And now, looking strong for Ricci Pinfu. We'll choose to hold these overlapping Jiamen. Matthew fills the Kanchan first. It's going to be an Jiamen Ricci in this 9-mon, immediately drawn by Shu. It's Ricci Pinfu, potentially Tanyao on the 6-mon.
Does brave the 1-1.
Yeah, Lucas really likes these shapes, wants to fight. At least if you drop the 9-pin, you've got 2 of them.
Yeah.
And
And it moves towards Tanyao.
Like, now Lucas has 2 save tiles, so could consider folding. Could also go 6 so, 7 so, and try that as a route to Tenpai. But, yeah, just braves the 9-pin too. Says, I've got 2 save tiles, and I can also open for Tanyao.
Ooh, yeah, and Zoo is completely out of this hand, it seems like.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to fold, though.
1
And that's 10-5 for Lucas. Chases, waits on 2-5. 4 left in the wall?
And what do you do if you're Shu? It goes with the 1-pin. Dodges Ipatsu.
Yeah, not a lot of shared info. The only shared info is the 9-pin, which is already all 4 cut.
Very tense situation. I mean, this is such an important hand for Matthew to win. Shun came out a little while ago, so it's probably your best bet. Oh, goes with the 9
No.
instead. Doesn't like the honor tile and instead deals it with Ura, and that will put Matthew where Shu was a little while ago. I think with the second 8-mon coming out from Lucas, Shu decided to go for it. That has another dramatic effect on this game. And Matthew takes over. Saipai looks like it wants to be Pingu, has a Dora accepting 7-pin as well. And for Shu will be able to fight again with this hand. Hatsu, pair in hand. Not terribly expensive though, although can accept the Dora. Across the way, Korak with the East pair can call for another fast hand, but hasn't really changed in points right now. And the East is Mochi Mochi with Lucas, who is eyeing up perhaps a Honitsu with 2 Yaku high chances.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the
1
tone is Mochi Mochi, as mentioned earlier, and it's still entirely possible that Korak pairs up to the Haku. But here it comes.
I think this Mochi Mochi is slightly advantageous to Lucas, especially given he has the other Yaku
well,
high.
that's Tenpai for Zoo. Not Yakitori, Atozuke waiting on Hatsu, and technically 4-pin.
Of course, the big question is, what happens to the
ポン
Hatsu here? Since Lucas is forcing the Honitsu, it's not going to come out just yet.
Reach.
Senpai waiting on a 6-9 pin.
Yeah, pretty good Ricci here. Ricci door 1 as dealer. Matthew's looking to pull in another Mung. Well, I guess this would be, what, 77? But Sumo for Mangan would be nice. Sumo Dora Ura. Of course, I'm assuming Ura here because it feels like Matthew cannot miss right now.
Yeah, but Lucas is also Ishan 10. Tenpai for Yaku Haidora.
3603's Gambutsu to the dealer. Does Shu deal us in? Oh, it's 50-10. I forgot about the 3 so in his own discards.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Lucas made the 5-pin Nakatsuji anyway, so we'll jam that out. And Shu now a fake Tenpai. This is no Yaku. Korak has been dodging quite well for all of these rounds. Hasn't really gotten a hand worth fighting for, but also hasn't dealt in at all.
Ooh.
9-pin is one chance from Luke's perspective. Jams it out there. Once again, one chance. Not good. Matthew's got it. Richigura and the Ura as expected. And Matthew running away again. 3 players below 30,000 and Matthew in control.
Yeah, another nasty deal in.
Oh my goodness. Ishantan.
Ishanten?
Ishantan with possible Richi Tanyao Pin Sanshoku. This is crazy. I'm just 7-pin right here. Calling it. Ah, 3-pin.
3-pin.
That's okay. It just widens the number of tiles into a Diamond Tenpai. And no one else has a hand that could fight this, except for maybe Lucas. But 99% of the time...
Lucas's hand is just callable, but that's still like 3 Shanten.
Exactly. And there it is. The Sanchoku draw.
Tenpai.
Now, you could confirm Sanchoku dropping 7-pin. Hey, 3-pin good tell? No. This takes down with Pinfu. Pinfu Tanyao. And the 7-pin comes out. That will be Sanchoku. Oh, that'll be held. That'll be held.
No, yeah.
And Lucas can wait to draw a tricky wait, like an honor tile or some type of terminal.
Yeah. Even a 5-so would actually... I really like 5-so here. Or 8-so.
For the 5-8 wait.
Reach.
Yeah, for
Oh, look at this. One's called Haku that just came out. Oh, she was in so much trouble.
Oh, no.
This is so dirty. Richi Sanshoku. Ipatsu. Does Shu find the... He drew the 9-mon. The Genbutsu tile to save Ipatsu dealing. And folks, this is why you drop Genbutsu on Ipatsu. Almost certainly Shu will deal in here soon, but... managed to save some points, presumably. Uh-oh, Lucas might be out.
DC.
She cannot drop the Dora. So the safest tile in the hand is the Haku, almost certainly. Drops the... Well, can drop the Dora now that Matthew played it out.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
course.
I'm like trying to play some mental gymnastics on how you can get away with dropping something else rather
Okay.
than Haku.
Lucas, in his disconnected state, Sumogiri's 9-so. And right now, the play is very slow as the rest of the table attempts to allow Lucas some time to reconnect.
Rom.
There's this Ichi Sanshoku.
Just an absolutely dirty wait by Matthew. And picks up another 77. So this might be the game that finishes it out for Matthew. If he can maintain this lead. Now, In the first game of the series, we saw something similar. Matthew could not lose, won the first 5 hands of the game, I think, and was up at 50,000 points before losing it back as other players summoned big hands and one hit him directly for a Mungon. So it's still early days, and Matthew needs to keep control of this game. Doesn't look like Lucas is back just yet. Oh, the Haku could have come out naturally. 9-pin technically as well. It'd be a shame if Lucas is still disconnected here because he's got a great hand with 4 pairs, Tanyao and Dora 2. This is the determining factor. Yeah, he's back. All right.
Yeah, he's back.
Lucas is here. A shoot Ishantendo with Anko of Chun. Looks very strong. And Korak will smash Orichi.
Pom.
Really wanted to get more out of this, but
10-pi for June.
5-8 Mon for Shu versus the 2-4 pin. The 2 comes out. And says Ricci Pinfu. Only 2,000 points, but that's significant. That's Korak not in last. In fact, in second place here, as both Lucas and Shu have fallen a little bit. Dealership will shift, but not the flow in terms of high pi. Matthew, another great starter on the left.
Dealer hand, uh, it's not quite there. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's struggling a little bit. I mean, the south is the Dora. We're in East 3, and there are 3 players, well, 2 players now who have a south. Matthew chose to give it up in favor of this gorgeous Tanyao shape. Looks as well with a callable hand. Might aim for Dora Tunky in the future. Matthew chooses to hold this floating 4-pin over diamond shape in the Manzu.
Yeah.
It does.
That was 10-pi. Opts to reject it. Um, do Ishan 10? Yeah, Ishan 10.
And Lucas, that's a very exciting draw. Now he can move to Honitsu.
リーチ
But we're gonna see that reach from Matthew. It's Antotsu 4-7 so and the 5 mon.
Pom.
Oh, Lucas is gonna fight here. Fight for all of the value. That is going to be Honitsu, Dora 3, maybe Yakuhai as well for the Hanemon. Well, tempting.
It's already Yakuhai, isn't it? Oh wait, no, there's.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, we're there. 5-8. 8 is Gambits to the Ricci. Shu's in trouble again.
So scary.
5 mon, not very live. Only 1 left, as well as 1 8 mon. No, surely not a con.
No, definitely not.
And the 8 comes out. Of course, it's so natural to play like this, but that's a Hanemon, and that means that Lucas now is the closest contender to Matthew. Somehow that gorgeous high pie did not come to fruition, and instead it's Shu who's in trouble now. For Korak, this position isn't ideal either. Don't want to finish with a negative score. However, we're not that far away from a positive finish. So we'll see if you can do something on this dealership. High pie's a little bit difficult here. There's a floating door, I say, but it's hard to float a tile when it's terminal.
Yeah.
The other tiles are just very, very bad.
On the right though, Well, it is a pinch on use. The ability to use Dora is a little bit more realistic there, but it's just looks like it's just gonna be Ricci Pinfu
Boom.
at best.
Yeah.
Ricci Pinfu Dora at best.
At this point, Korak has drawn like 11 Kokushi tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and a pair. could be Kokushi Ishanten right now.
Yeah.
That's how bad these draws have been. In the meantime, Matthew just perfect Ishanten for Ricci Pinfu. By with a great weight as well.
Ricci Pinfu, possible Tanyao.
That would be Kokushi Tenpai. At least Korak
Waiting
has
on-
tiles to fold with.
Yeah. I believe it would be waiting on 9-mon.
Now, we do have to keep in mind that I guess 3 of these draws only happened because he dropped the pay and it got pulled, which wouldn't have happened otherwise. So, wouldn't have gotten all this unlucky.
Yeah.
Certainly would have gotten the Tenpai. But it's a folding game for Korak right now.
Tsumo.
It's the Tsumo. Ichi Tsumo Pinku. No Takame, but could hit an Uda. Will not, just the 27 and the Ricci stick back. Matthew extends the lead a little bit, and Korak will have to wait for his final dealership before going on a similar run to what he had in the...
Okay, is this a sushi game?
Maybe? Lucas certainly can drop something like 1 so... Dora, 9 so, and head. Okay. He has Honitsu on his mind.
Yeah.
Exclamation
Let's start with
Navitas.
Honitsu, and then see where it goes.
Okay, 4 so. That's not
Okay.
bad.
Yeah.
Boom.
Unfortunately for him, there's an uncle of pay across the table. So no sushi.
Makes a good read then. Ooh. This has to be Honitsu now, right?
You don't really lose that much, I guess, cutting this 1 so. And I think Lucas just wants to win the hand.
Yeah.
Right, Matthew. We'll be building a little bit more slow. I say slowly, and then you feel the Kanchan.
Boom.
That will give Lucas the call. Continuing to hedge. And the thing is, like, some of the draws that would convince you to go Honitsu might be like the 9 so. But if you draw the 9 so, you just Tenpai with 2 Yakuhai and a Mungan, so you drop back. Now this 3 so, yeah, that's the deciding factor. So potential Hanuman in the works for Lucas here. Yakuhai, Honitsu, Dora 2. Tenpai, waiting for that Dora. Matthew won't drop it out
2?
yet.
Yeah.
Boom.
Shu also going for Honitsu in the Manzu, though. Korak just desperate to make something happen. Tests the 2 so, that passes. 3 so passes. 7 so passes.
No passes.
People might be believing that this isn't Tenpai yet.
Yeah.
Here's the West.
Boom.
That'll be called into Tenpai on the 3 Mon. Now Korak has to be very concerned about the Sozu and the Manzu. Goes with the safe tile for now. Matthew, very wide Ishanten. Lucas can switch the weight for a Mongon. Oh, but that's Tenpai for Matthew. Will Dama, and the 9 so comes out. It's going to be a double run.
Double run!
Oh, this is huge. This is terrible for Shu. It's 18,000 points for Lucas. And it's going to be a Manga Pekodora, Pinfu Pekodora 2. And just like that, 26,000 points down the drain for Shu. And now he has to worry about demotion.
Oh no.
I mean, he's at negative 19, which seems like you're safe, but if the game were to end right here, how many points are you losing? That's minus 48, you lose another 15.
Boom.
Minus 63?
Minus 63. And then Korak's like it could still like go down. Not to be too pessimistic,
Yeah,
but
if Korak gets over 30k, you're losing 68. And that would put Shu right on that demotion line. He would be at 87. Oh, this is terrifying. So he needs to pick up points. Pick up points and keep Korak below. And in the meantime, Matthew gets the big win, but Lucas gets a bigger one. So it's beginning to chase Matthew down for first place. Still, if Matthew gets a second place at 60,000 points, I don't think he cares too much. That's as good as most of the first places that I've gotten this season. So
yeah. Like double over starting is like a pretty good enough way to go out.
yeah, the conversation may be shifting from will Matthew win the championship to who's going to demote. Tempai for Matthew, Tempai for Shu. It is 6-9 Mon versus 4-7 Pin. And the 6 Mon very loose in Lucas's hand.
ドン
Yakuhai Nomi and moving to Matthew's dealership. It feels like it's all but confirmed. Especially with another brilliant high pie. This is second discard Ishanten. Marichi, Pinfu, potentially Peiko Tanya.
I believe Tanya was practically guaranteed.
Yeah, Tanya is confirmed. I just misordered my sentence there. Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable.
Good fill, good fill. Salvage what we can for now.
She's starting to build in the Monzu again.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you go for a Desperation Chinitsu at this
Boom.
point. And this totally changes the way Korak's thinking about this game, because he was worried about getting a third place, but now he has another goal, which is just continue to knock Shu down and get over 30,000. Doesn't matter if you're taking a basically 0 point third place in this game. That'll be Tempai for Korak. Does drop the Dora for it, but is willing to just win the hand for with 1,000 points. Shu opens up for Itsu here.
Just open Itsu, which
We've,
possible Dora pair.
we've sort of reached the stage of the game where everyone is content moving the game along except for Shu.
Yeah.
Korak's probably feeling a little sad about not having that one so right now, but it's too late to worry about that. You found your Tempai. Just waiting for the 4-7 so.
リーチ
There are a million in the
Confirming
wall,
Peiko.
but Matthew draws Takame, so it gets Richie, Tanya, Pinfu, Peiko. At this point, it feels comfortable slamming a Richie with 3 players open. Says, I will take this fight. If you want to fold out, be my guest. And also on the 4-7 means that the 7 live tiles in the wall, it's a 50-50 who gets the winner, Matthew or Korak. If Matthew wins it, we'll be out of reach.
Zoo could deal into another double run here, actually.
ツモ
Oh, of course Matthew wins. Has been winning all day long. Also has shifted sequences 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. And gets the Ura for Hane. Cannot miss. Matthew cannot miss. And I think I'm really close in the third game of this series just calling Matthew the winner. Because how are you gonna come back from 79? This is looking to be plus 64 for Matthew. And isn't necessarily done either. I mean, has another callable hand. Shu keeps
Yaku
sinking,
high pair.
but Korak's sinking as well, so that doesn't really help his case either. Korak with the reasonable shapes, the Uk of the East, Tora acceptance. Just a little bit awkward in the terms of the current shapes, but technically Ishant them. Lucas with a very callable hand, but not really valuable. And Lucas probably doesn't care about calling for a cheap hand, just wants to make sure not to deal in to anything scary. Maintain the second place. Is it time to drop this 5 pin? There's Dorotanki if you draw the 7 pin anyway. So just go ahead and let the 5 pin leave the hand. Matthew continues to improve the shapes, now overblocked once again. Tempai for Korak.
Hard to wait on 5, so not. Yeah, not a lot of value in just taking that 10 pi.
1
Matthew, will you choose headless here? No, confirms the pair and keeps Diamen. Oh, here's the Tempai.
Oh,
It's 50-10.
let's see about.
Yeah, it doesn't want it. We'll build for something better. Chi into Tempai for Matthew. 3-6 pin the weight. 4 tiles left in the wall. Shu's been sitting here Ishanten for a bit. Draws another Dora. It says, I want that Dora. It's a good Dora. Maybe I'll use it in my hand. And that means that Shu will be able to use the 6 pin of Dora. Oh, how about a third Dora? Ooh, this is interesting.
1
4
Lucas draws a Tempai that will lead to the 6 coming out. Dealing for just 1500 plus Honba. And Matthew continues to take points away from the rest of the table.
Yeah, Matthew just holding this table hostage right now.
Yeah, games like these don't come very frequently, so when you get your opportunity, you want to squeeze as many points as you can. The ball's just giving you amazing hands. Now this hand, a little bit trickier for Matthew to put together.
It has its shapes. It's relatively okay.
I would put it in the okay category, not the I love
Yeah.
to open up with this. Korak, on the other hand, is Ishantam with Tanyao Dora 1. Really wants to get a Mangan out of this. I don't think he'll call the 3 or 6 so eagerly. 3 or 6 Mon, that is.
Yeah. I'm just hoping to draw like a 2 or a 5.
Exactly. True. Again, a hand that potentially has value. Oh, do we just slam the Ricci here? The 3 Mon looks pretty good.
Yeah, I like the Ricci here.
At the same
And so
time,
does Korak.
you know, as you said, you can wait for the upgrade, but you know, if the tile comes out and you have to call Rowan for 26, that feels kind of sad. So we'll just slam the Ricci. Apply some pressure. Shu now in the hot seat. What do you do against this? Maybe 9 pin to start and see what happens if you're greeting Chinitsu? Or do you just play this Genbutsu 3? Yeah, it goes with a 9 pin.
Can you even make a Chinitsu read out of that?
I mean, it's your route to using all of these Dora and having the maximum value. So I think maybe just out of desperation.
That's not a safe tile.
Yeah, at this point, she was very limited. I mean, outside of dropping Sozu, which is not very good. It's very difficult to find an excuse to cut one of these. Like 6 pin and 4 pin are half Suji, if you believe in that sort of thing. All right, 6 pin clears now. Matthew's Ishanten. Can't really cut this 8 so very easily. Instead, we'll go with a 7, maybe the 6 to follow. If he chooses to fight. 7, of course, was Genputsu, so...
That actually would have been 10 pi. But you would have had to cut 5 pin.
She almost doesn't help, so Shu won't take it. Two Mom finally coming to Core's hand, but much too late. Oh, the 6!
Oh.
Maybe does
no.
the 4 look safer for now? But no, the 6
4
is gonna come out. There's Ricci, Tanya, Dora. That's huge for Korak. If it's an Uda right here, misses. But even so, this dramatically helps his case. It knocks Shu down even lower. Who's currently looking at
Yeah, from just raw score, this is already minus 60. Plus
yeah,
Uma, that's minus 75. I believe that's already demotion range.
it is. And it would only get worse if Korak wins another hand. So Shu needs something right here, right now. It's her
Boom.
last dealership, and there's a South Pole. Not what you wanted to see, but at least you get another draw. Silver linings. That's not a good draw. The high pie is workable though.
Yeah,
Can use Adora. Just looking for a pair. Shanten now.
ポン
Second Yucko high call. Not what you want to see, but at least when you slam a Ricci, these people won't have defense. Ishanten with a pair candidate now. And the two called hands, they're pretty good. They're pretty speedy. Lucas really doesn't want to drop this Dora. Matthew really wants him to drop the Dora. We'll see what tile comes in first.
1
Third open hand. This Ricci is going to be hitting hard if it ever gets there. Tempai for Matthew, 6-9 pin.
ポン
Another Tanyao. That pawn actually makes this 5 so really difficult, but
I mean, it's Korak. He's gonna talk you on it.
that's right. The plan is Chi 3 pin, Chi 5 pin.
1
Smash it.
Yeah.
It's not good, but it's Ricci, and these people have a difficult defending with everyone open.
That being said, 4-pin is all dead, and Korak can use both of them technically. But it is an awkward Nakamurukure for Lucas.
I think
Yeah,
Lucas
that's-
is going to try to get out here, but out with what? Maybe 8-mon in the future? 6 deals into Matthew. What? Matthew managed to work his way to Tempai. And that's tragic for Shu. Misses out on his dealer chance. So now, with one more hand, you're just trying to get as many points as you can. At the very least, make sure Korak does not get over 30k. For Korak, getting a positive score here is effectively 10,000 points plus whatever he wins towards
Yeah.
avoiding demotion. Winning, a 2-Han hand is worth a non-dealer Hanuman. Just by Uma.
I don't think I like that hot suit cut. I think you need to like fish for Iyakumon at that point.
Yeah, don't forget though, there is another game after this, so
There is another game, but
you don't need
I
it
feel
all
like
right now.
the situation's kind of dire.
Keep in mind, even with the current score line, where would Shu be? Minus 75, we said? That's 94.
Yeah, minus 75.
That's only 10 points away from, not even that, 7 points, no, it is 10 points away from being safe. And also, Shu would have Korak as a target as well in the last game, so he doesn't need to be desperate. But definitely, you're right, the situation is becoming dire. Korak has a very straightforward path here. Could find Sandraku with Dora. Tanya as well. Ishanten. The 2 diamond shapes. Lucas planning to make Tanya on the right. Matthew with 2 Dora in hand. Also Tanya potential. True, the most difficult shapes to work with here. It's a nice fill though. Technically progress for Lucas as well, though it's less likely that he'll be able to open this hand. It is Ishanten for Pinfu though. Oh, 3rd Dora for Matthew. What is this? Ishanten for Tanya Dora 3. Korak is just confirming a safe tile in hand. Matthew really needs the 3 so, but those are all being held. He, of course, has many draws to shift away from that tile, including 8 pin.
Even 8 so just puts him in a 10 pie, a domable 10 pie.
You're right.
And there's
I don't know about Dama Bull, but
1
oh wait, that's not pin food.
the 7 so now gives call options. And Korak will open up, decides, I can't wait any longer. I need to be Tempai. And the 6 pin might come out from Lucas. It does.
Boom.
It's going to be
Does.
Tanyao Sancho Godora. That's 58. And that will put Korak over 30,000. That will drop Lucas very close to Korak's mark here as well. And things are getting really tense here. Again, the last round has been so dramatic in all of these games. And that's the huge swing. That was what? 5,800 plus that 10,000 swing. That was almost a non-dealer Baimon
Boom.
worth of points in terms of Korak avoiding demotion. It cannot be understated how important that win was. As long as Korak can stay above 30,000 here, and of course, the game will continue until the dealership passes. So there's chances he eats Oyakaburi penalty or deals into 3,900. All of those would dip him back below. Currently,
Just a Mongon Sumo would be enough to knock him back under.
Lucas might be building that hand. If he can get Itsu here, is currently Ishanten for it. Ichi
Yeah.
Sumo Itsu would do it.
1
Korak one step closer, 2 away from Tempai. Matthew building towards a Ricci hand. Reasonable shapes. Shu has a lot of pairs. Chitoi might be the plan here. That's a shape. Not one Korak wanted, but he'll cut Chun at least. And there it is. Itsu Tempai for Lucas. Does he go for the wide weight or the value weight? The value weight that he can Dama, and Matthew draws the 8 so. That might come out. Another pair for Shu. Chitoi Ishantem. Lucas, every turn, the Ricci button's going to pop up, and he's going to have to make a decision. Do I Ricci, do I Dama? The Dama will win. He'll take 2,600 plus Homba directly from Matthew, and that will end the game in second place. Lucas accomplishes his goal. Korak accomplishes his goal. Matthew more than accomplishes his goal, and Shu is going to be in trouble. It's a minus 81.4 for Shu. And we'll await the standings update, but Matthew is all but confirmed to be the champion of A1 this season. It would take as dramatic of a loss as Shu had this time around to lose his position. So with one game remaining, he has a 94.2 point cushion over Max. Matthew almost a lock for the champion seat, the final champion seat of the year. Lucas with a positive 12.6 finish, very comfortable moving into the final game of the season. Korak with a positive 3.5 can breathe a sigh of relief. The goal has shifted to negative 101.3 with Shu having one game yet to play. Not out of the hot seat yet. If Korak takes a fourth and Shu takes wins a positive, a decent second place or even a first, Korak could find himself in trouble again. But this is about as good as he could hope for. Moving into the final game of the season. And my goodness, were those a set of games?
Yeah.
I think the story of that series was all the amazing hype that Matthew had.
Yeah.
And so many times he had an early Ricci. The weight ended up becoming one chance, and players would test the one chance, and it would deal in. And of course, Matthew would hit Uda to climb up there. The big turning point was that double roll, and that really
Korak's goal just shifted to like a very easy target.
yeah, basically stay ahead of Shu. That's the goal. And for Shu, the goal is going to be, as has been stated in chat, kind of you need to target Korak. I guess the target is the 87.1 from Minko. And that's assuming that the players who yet have still games to play that are in the lower portion of the standings, that they stay there, which is not an absolute truth, right? But Shu can pick up a mere 14 points and be ahead of Minko here. So, I mean, there have been strong second places that accomplished that goal. I mean, Lucas almost got that in this game. If he declared Ricci, probably would have, as Matthew probably has no problem dealing into whatever Lucas has there and would continue to fight.
Mhm.
So a lot of ways for Shu to be safe here. Not out of the water yet, but given where he started in the standings, it definitely becomes a lot more challenging now. And I think that just goes to show that in the A1 division, you're never completely safe. And this wasn't necessarily, bad play by Shu. It was just a lot of unfortunate things happened over and over and over again. Tiles that were supposed to be safe ended up not being safe. I mean, I think about that Sanchoku that Matthew held was holding the Tempai until he could get the dirtiest weight possible. Haku comes out, he draws Haku, Tonki's on it, and Shu manages to dodge for so long before finally it has to come out. It's just the safest tile, and it
Yeah.
deals in with Uda. Oh, actually, I don't think that one hit Uda, but still, Ricci Sanchoku was 77 as dealer. And just like all sorts of unfortunate things can happen when you're playing against strong players. And if they get a little bit lucky and you get a little unlucky, you can lose a lot of points, which is why I'm not feeling safe at all where I'm sitting, because the exact same thing could happen to me. And I'm playing against people who are looking to win 80-point games and repeatedly. So it's going to be a really intense finish for the final game for this table, as well as for the remaining 6 games in A1. That being said, they will not be playing that last game today. It will be played at a future date, unknown to us at the current moment, exactly when that will be played. But that doesn't mean we're done with Mahjong. There's still more games scheduled for the rest of the day. C1 game will start in a couple of minutes, and a little bit later, there are going to be some A2 games. We'll take a little bit of a quick break and figure out what's going to happen next. Very likely we'll be back for the C1 game very soon. So stay tuned if you'd like to catch that game in just a couple. All right, welcome back, everybody. We've got a new commentator, a new game, everything new is happening here. We're in East 1 of the C1 series between Eric C, Adam K, Remy R, and Ross C. And we've got Eric K in the commentary booth. How's it going, Eric?
Pretty good. Eric C playing in this game will definitely not confuse me whatsoever.
Did you get a chance to watch those A1 matches that just finished?
No, unfortunately, I was in a kind of like side business meeting thingy for our teaching recruitment team at Richinomi, but I would have loved to be there. Hopefully, I get to catch a few of the ones coming up.
Absolutely, yeah. They had a really dramatic series, and they're going to play one more game at some later point in the future. So really excited to see what happens there. But in this game, it's a C1 matchup that is, well, it's a question really of can Eric C maintain his position in the top echelon of the C1 division? I believe they're playing 2 games in this series, and then Eric might have 2 games to finish off another series later. And the other question for Adam is, can he get in the positives here, in part with these 2 games? Then maybe he's got another series to finish as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's tight on the bottom here with Remy and Ross both fighting to get out of demotion. Adam trying to just hover around, not fall too far down. And yeah, Eric also trying to maintain. So we have at least 2 players who are trying to maintain position, and then the bottom 2 are trying to fight to the death in their final 2 matches.
Yes, and of course for viewers who haven't seen the announcements that happen in the private server for players in the league, it was announced earlier that for the C1 division there will be no demoting players, no relegation. So the down arrows that we see here for Remy and Ross, not relevant anymore. They're just fighting for pride.
I see. Well, good to know. Alright, I've popped out the chat now so I can read all your wonderful comments as they come in.
Absolutely. It was very, very fun to see Matthew and Korak hopping in the chat and analyzing a little bit some of the moments of the game. There's some very tense situations there. And we've got a template from Ross already.
It looks like we have a tune waiting for a 6-9 pin. It's just going to be a tune only for a 10 foo, so it won't round up unless he sumos.
Currently 3 tiles in the wall for that sumo. Of course, it's a little bit tricky when the door is the east wind. It's been cut once by the dealer, so probably Ross isn't holding on to a pair. Maybe a Tonki though. Khan.
That's going to be the foo boost there. It goes up to 40 foo.
And also reveals the 5 mon to be the Dora, new Dora. Looks like no one has one. They're all in the wall.
Also, my apologies. It goes up to 50 foo now, because that's 16 for the con, 4 for the 9 so, 2 for the 2 pin, and 20 base foo.
So look at a whole 1,600 points. On the right, that's a nice little Ipeiko that's forming. It could also be Chitoi. Oh, it's Tempai. 3-6 pin is the wait for Richi Ipeiko. The 3 pin's gone though, and the 6 pin only has 1 left.
And it's free 10 too, so this is a very, very ambitious Richi.
You're right. The 6 pin came out from Adam.
Oh, there's a 9.
Wrong.
Suji to the Richi, and it deals in for 1,600.
Yeah, plus Richi sticks, so that will put Ross back over 30,000 points into the lead.
And we're zooming right into East 3 here. The Chun as the Dora, and it looks like there's a pair in Ross's hand. In fact, it's dropped on the very first turn, and I feel you'd be making a grave error not to pawn it there.
Yeah, Ross thinks a little bit maybe about what to discard afterwards, but South seems like a fairly natural choice. And we'll be opening up straightforward, in fact, going headless here with the second call.
And that feels fine to me. I think maybe I would have opted to drop the 4 pin instead now that the 2 pins are gone, but it looks like they had it a headless Ishanten now. Not that bad.
Yeah, definitely scary for the
Maybe.
rest of the table to see a player with Dora advancing this quickly.
Yeah. Now, it is perfectly possible for Adam to catch up here with a double tone pawn, but if he decides to be greedy and play it towards a Honitsu, he probably won't be fast enough.
7-so retained for Ross, although it is a little bit tricky being headless. At least if you draw 2 mon, 3 mon as your pair, you still have 2 diamond shapes, so not terrible to hold on to this.
And there's Ishanten for the dealer. Chose to Sakigiri, cut the 4-mon before. It was dangerous against the door 3-hand across, with the hopes of just pawning the east into Tenpai. Looks like 2 of those are left in the wall.
Oh, here's that east.
Pom.
And now this is interesting because in the case that Ross gets Tenpai on the 4-so draw for the pair, that 7-so is going to come right out.
地
Yeah, though you do have to draw very specifically that 4-so. And actually, Adam decides he wants to go the greedy route.
I think this is going to be really tricky just because you have to deal with the consequences of your actions should the player across from you sumo that 2k, 4k hand. But it is definitely a
地
very threatening play to move towards a dealer Mangan.
Yeah, and in fact, the 7-so does come out. Adam not able to win on it anymore, and now the 2-mon is the deal in tile for Ross.
We'll probably see that get shifted away from in a turn or two just because it's once cut, but whether Ross draws anything better is the question. Let's say that south is for a10 is very tempting, but it would be fun.
Back on the 4-so? No. And meanwhile, Eric on the right calls the south. That is Tenpai for 2-5-8 pin. A number of those tiles are discarded. Warren calls. East Talkie. Not a very
Dome.
good weight given the East Pole. Instead, the Pintel will come out the large weight, winning here. And easy for Eric is over 30,000 points now and into second place with the dealership to go.
Yeah, that was definitely a case of greed and kind of floundering around for the Tonki later in the hand, causing both potential Mangans to fail to a quick 1-han. That's Kawashite.
Eric now dropping away from the honor tiles here, not trying to force any type of Honitsu.
Yeah, it's you still have an option for it, thankfully. Just a moment there, as that's for new Dora, isn't it?
Khan reveal all of those tiles to be Dora
Boom.
as a Diamond Khan too.
I'm not really sure what the idea was, given that we're taking it from the 6, 7, 8 in the pair, but now there's value to work towards.
Yeah, it looks like that 7-8 shape in the Monzu not very strong anymore if we're planning to make Tanyao.
Nope, not at all.
But if the plan is Honitsu, then you can at least call the 9 that way. I know Ross has played for Toy Toy in the past. I remember seeing games where he's made similar plays and aimed for Toy Toy, but dropping the 1-pin pair really makes it feel like the plan is Tanyao.
Probably. It's going to be very tough. We're going to have to drop the 7, 8 mon or pair them up and then find another block. So even though this hand is technically 2 Shanten, it's really closer to 3 Shanten. Well, 2 now. Pawn the 4-pin, pair up 7, 8 mon, wait on 6-pin or something like that. It's just a little bit on the slower side. That being said, oh, that's a very odd choice of the 4, so I'm going to imagine that Adam ran out of time there and sumo giried the 4, so instead of accepting it, or maybe just hard greed for the Chanta Sanshoku, but
Yeah, I mean, given what we've seen from Adam so far in this game, seems to definitely be. Oh, never mind. Just disconnected.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Chanta Sanchoku is a little hard with 3 of the 1 pins out, but um, Adam does seem like a big dreamer.
Yeah, and I think Adam might have just general internet issues this season, so could be biting him once again.
Well, here's that chance at a Toy Toy revival. And an Ishan 10 to boot.
Across the way, Remy was maybe thinking about Shitoi Drew, and Anko still can move in that direction. Oh, ooh.
3-pin Tonki, no Yaku yet, probably just fishing for a better weight.
Ricci on the 8 mon is kind of interesting here, given all the 6s are out.
Yeah, I don't even hate it that much, even with a single copy out. It's a nice Kabe tile.
Of course, with it being the 6 and not a 7, that means people can still use the upper Monzu tiles in shapes like 7, 8, 9. But
Exactly.
it's still a little tricky.
Oh, all these honor weights that have already been cut, unfortunately.
And in the meantime, while we are Dama 10, there still is a opportunity to draw into Ipeg, although the 9 so have all come out now, and the 6 has come out twice, so it's becoming a little bit more tricky to do so.
There's also, though, probably not going to happen, a Suanko 2 Shanten case across the
Each.
table until the last discard. Now it's a Chitoi Shanten. And Chitoi Dora 2 to boot.
Chi.
And here's our Ricci on the 5 pin. Unfortunately, one of those will get revealed immediately as the Patsu is broken. And we found a Tuso Tonki Tenpai for Ross. It's Tanyao Dora 4.
Yeah, really live here, actually. 2 in the wall, given it a Tatanki.
It also looks fairly strong on the wall. You see the early 3s and 4s being discarded.
Oh, Eric's gonna draw it.
Long.
That'll be another hand going the way of Ross. Mungon this time. That early con, Diamond Con into Fordora, ends up getting rewarded here.
I can't say I really agree with the way it was played, but it certainly was exciting.
It was exciting and effective in the end, and so Ross, now the only player in the positives at 41,000 points, opens up to a nice little Pinfu looking hand. We'll see if some tiles around these floaters can be drawn.
A little bit preemptive on the Penchan cut there. Maybe might keep this 1 pin.
Yeah, it is a block. Nope,
That
just
makes
lets
your
it go.
doesn't like that 4th block. Looking for Pinfu elsewhere. And a quick scan around the table. Doesn't look like anything else is. Oh, well, never mind. Over on the left, we already have a Tushan 10 for Rian Peiko.
Now that's exciting. 3, so unfortunately all held, but that doesn't mean it's not going to come out from these other players. We'll just need to see Eric get Tempai before they all leave everyone's hands.
Yeah, Ross would probably be most likely to drop it.
And given the current state of Ross's hand, he'll probably hold on to it for a while as he tries to build another block.
Yeah, after that pair draw over there, now the 3-so has a chance to stick on to another Sotel and make the final block of the hand.
Meanwhile, on the right, Remy has been holding this 9 so perhaps not just because it's Dora, but also in the hopes of drawing towards Itsu. In fact, cuts away from the
Each.
west pair, and woo, we're gonna see the Ricci Ipeiko, Dion Peiko Tanyao.
Chi.
And now that 3-so is very dangerous.
Oh, it comes out.
Long.
Naripatsu, but this is gonna
Wow.
sting.
Oh, we had a safe tell south. Oh, that's a Mongon.
And Eric will get that Mongon right back. Dion Peiko, how about that? Really rare hand. And Eric did manage to get Tempai before the 3-so came out, just in time too.
that definitely could have been avoided there by just cutting the honors and moving towards a Tanyao, but Sniper Shot might have been more interested in just breaking the Patsu than anything else.
Yep, that's Genbutsu tiles. Those safer honor tiles are held for moments like these when you've got that Richi. Dora now the one, so we're in South 2. Remy the dealer. Nice little high pie here. A couple Kanchan shapes with terminal tiles means it's going to be a little bit trickier to find a faster Tanyao, but these good draws will move Remy in the direction of a sort of Tanyao Pinfu, perhaps.
And we all of a sudden we have a very flat point situation again. Oh, that's a nice draw.
Maybe thoughts of Sanchoku, 3-4-5.
Yeah, that'd be great. With an 8-mon draw, you don't get the Tanya, but you have a Sanchoku chance.
We want a 5-so, but we don't necessarily want to open our hand for the 5-so. So Remy will give it a moments of thought, a time of thought, and then let it pass.
Oh, okay, we're actually going to push away from that Kanchan on the 8-mon now to consider expanding the Pinzu, maybe getting an Ipeiko.
North Pole, and that is aggressively Atosuke for the Haku. Could also shift into Toi Toi with 2 Dora, but
Yeah, I could see that happening. It looks like there's the one Haku in Ross's hand. Oh, and there is the visible Dora 3 now, so that's going to put everyone on edge.
yeah, maybe there's some worlds where this even shifts into Chanta. Say a 1-pin draw. Or the 3-pin draw.
I could see that happening. Now, you do have to be careful here if you go for Chanta, just because it's basically double Autozuke. You need to get the 1-pin, which is currently in a Furitin shape, because of the 4-pin drop, and then also the 1-mon, which is twice cut. But it is possible.
Yeah, with Dora 3, might be considering that heavily, especially if he thinks the Haku might be dead walled. Oh, well, never mind. A very easy game now.
1 4-mon. Looks like we have 2 left in the wall.
Interesting question is going to be for Eric. If he draws the 2-mon or 3-mon, does he shift to Toi Toi as well?
And now a 2-5, so into the face of that Richi. And the Patsu deal-in from Ross.
And we held the great tiles and managed to pair up the 6-so. Didn't get the Sanchoku, but very close to the 3-4-5. And takes a Mungan directly from Ross, moving Remy into that 41,000 first place. And as you said, with that tight score position before, well, now it's been blown open.
Yeah, easy come, easy go when it comes to points if you're going to live on the edge. And yeah, that's a huge lead in South 2, assuming the deal can be passed safely. Well, it looks like the Dora East is pretty much dead already.
Yeah, 1 came out on the right. Ross is just holding 1. And for Remy, I mean, these shapes are good enough that she's probably not even thinking about passing the dealership. Could just win the hand.
Absolutely. Especially if these draws keep up. Looks like we already have 6 blocks and 3 Shanten.
Oh, hello. That's a great fill. Leaves you with just good shapes everywhere.
Yeah, and now it's a manageable Tanyao. There's 2 of the 9-sos out already, so you expect the 6-so to have a higher chance. There you go. And now Ishanten with good shapes. Ooh, a little bit off on the efficiency there, just because you lose the 2-pin acceptance and the 5-pin acceptance. But maybe the idea here is to have some kind of 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku shift.
Ends up just taking the call for Tanya. It'll be 100 plus Honpa.
And there's Tenpai over on the left, Arusuke on the south for south only. There's one of those left, and it looks like for the 5-8 Mon, there are 3 left in the wall.
Definitely advantage Remy right now, though.
地位
Looks like a lot of players can make use of the fives at least, which there are more of in the wall.
And that's the tricky thing here. There's less souths, but it's much easier for people to drop the souths. Oh,
This
pause on
five.
this 5.
Couldn't
Now we could see a south-south drop,
Don't.
but yeah, too hard to resist.
Mhm.
It's also difficult if you hadn't cut the 6 Mon the previous turn, then maybe you would have considered shifting to Tanyo because the 5 would be easier to use. But I think you just have to keep with the Tenpai in most cases.
Oh, hello, Remy. Nice little high pie you have here.
100%. A 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku Dora 1.
And also bail out the hand with the South Yako high call. On the right, a little bit more awkward to put together a hand. Will need to be a Ricci and no door in that one. Across the table, Eric's got the Haku pair that can be called. Although I think he let the first Haku pass. On the left,
And then we
That-
reached Kokushi.
maybe Honitsu. Nope, Kokushi.
To hedge both. Okay.
Now, 7-so would hedge the best there. You've got. If you start to pair up your honor tiles, you can seriously consider Honitsu, Chanta, Yakuha.
Chanta, yeah.
All
A
sorts
lot of
things.
options there. It looks like Remy cut away from the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku in favor of the Ryanmin Yishanten. So there goes the Dora.
Yeah, that's fair. Perhaps even saw the first couple of cuts from Ross, seeing 5-so followed by 7-pin, thinking, okay, if this is Honitsu, it's Honitsu no Manzu, so 3-mon might be hard to find. That might have helped Remy decide to cut away from that bad Mon shape. And then the 3-mon eventually came out.
Yeah, and you might even just opt for the faster hand in fear of whatever Ross is doing being very expensive.
Right.
So taking the better Yishanten, take the quick Ricci, which is pretty good value as is. For the dealer, at least 2,000, if not more.
リー
There we
チ
go. That was the better side to draw, too. You saw more of the 1-so out. And it looks like there are 3 left in the wall for the 2-5 pin. And Ross fearlessly just going straight in with the 4-pin. Has a lot of kind of safe or safe-ish tiles here to defend with, but just forging forward towards that 3 Shanten Kokushi.
Yeah, and to some degree, it may just be, given the position in the standings, practice towards building, towards value. We've seen Ross play very aggressively so far this series, and maybe he's just playing as if he was in danger of relegation and needed points. Maybe that's the reason why. But typically, yeah, more defensive stance is probably appropriate against a dealer Ricci.
Oh, there's one of the 2 pins. So
Yeah.
2 left in the wall, 1 2-pin, and
リーチ
sorry, just 2 5-pins left. And now we have a chase waiting on the 6 9-pin and 2-pin as well.
And immediately Eric draws one of those 5 pins. So the wait for Remy down to 1. And in terms of the hand on the left, there are 2 6-pins in the wall. Somehow Eric is drawing towards Tenpai, but doesn't really want to take it. Can he find a safe tile? Finds the 7. Suchi to the 4-pin that came out on the left.
相撲
And Adam will pick the big sumo. Ura-san! That'll be a
Big
Mangan.
hit.
That's going to make things really close for first place moving into South 3 at Adam's dealership.
And not the worst hand you could ask for on your dealership, though. It does need a bit of work. Could see a potential 4-5-6 Sanshoku, depending on what happens. Though it looks like we're probably going to see Remy take a quick Hatsu pawn if it becomes available and just speed through this dealership, especially since it's his point rival.
Oh no, I was really liking the odds of Chinitsu for Ross, but the one still came out instead.
Yeah, that's a very... That's not really a cut that comes to mind to me. Maybe a misclick on the 2-pin, but maybe also just like somehow saying, no, I'm going for Suanko instead. I have an Anko here and 2 pairs. I'm not sure.
That would coincide with, the Yakuban condition theory. But Adam's making rapid progress with his hand. I wonder if his penchant will ever come out. There are a lot of draws that would move you in that direction.
We have Ishanten over on the right already. It's a Ryanmen
Khan.
and Shampon Ishanten. We have the signature Ross Khan, gets 1 Dora out of it and then tosses the Dora. Because we're going for Tanyao. Tanyao Dora 1, if you get the 3-pin.
Alright, Tanyao is the play, and now the Peiko chance for Eric on the right.
And a Pico chance for Adam in front of us.
Yeah, and now this penchant is just one good draw from coming out. Or your Tempai. Wait, that's not Tempai. We still need a pair.
Close. We'll cut the 8-9 mon, go for Tanyao.
Yeah, the one issue is that this Ipeiko shape is guaranteed to be Ipeiko, because all the 7s are gone. But that means you're relying on a 4. It essentially becomes a penchant.
And this is kind of scary for Ross again, because that 4 is still stuck in the hand, but the 3 is the only pair right now.
Yeah, Ross needs to find Tempai soon so that the 4-so can come out before Adam gets Tempai, otherwise this could be an expensive deal-in. Ooh, interesting question for Eric here. Which extended shape to keep? With the 2-so being called, might be more inclined to keep the 4-so as the pair.
Each.
Oh
so.
no, we're going to see the Ricci though. That's going to deal in to the Remy. Hatsu Dora 2.
It's very significant going into South 4 here. And we have our final conditions in place. So, it looks like Eric is going to be... Khan break. New Dora's 8-pin. But yeah, it looks like Eric is just going to go for the old repeat as much as possible, rise to the top. And then, of course, we have Ross on the right, who's going to go all out for some kind of value. It looks like we have 2 Ankos now, the 9-pin and the 7-mon. And now a pair of the 2-pin, Suanko again.
Definitely a thought for Ross.
That's painful, though. We see the other 2 pins already.
Remy across the way, of course, can easily call this West down for a cheap win and confirmed first place.
Then on the left, we have Adam, who is looking for a 9 or 7.8k, something like that. So it's probably going to have to aim for 3-hun directed or a 4-hun sumo.
Yeah, 8.8.
Oh, there is Tempai for Ross, though it is no Yaku at the moment. I might have preferred to keep closed there.
Adam's getting close to something interesting here. It goes with the maybe Ricci, Tanyao, P3 Peiko, if we're getting greedy here.
in the Dora 1 as well. You might not even need to Ricci. But depends on what you draw, and there's already 3 7-pins out, so that's going to be tricky.
Again, these tiles that are lit up right now, the 4-7 pin, they will not deal in. Ross doesn't have a Yaku, and it's also
Boom.
pretty done. But Ross is not aiming for this, he's aiming for Toy Toy.
There's a quick call over there. It looks like we might see a second acceptance from Adam, because this is now a maximum of 2,000 points.
강,
Oh, another con. New door is 6 mon.
It would have been very exciting if all of a sudden all of those 8s became Dora.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think it was a chaotic enough con for that kind of outcome, though. It's not like the Ross style cons over there.
Yeah, I was really rooting for Remy to drop the 7 mon so that we could see another con.
Oh, there's Ishan 10 for Remy, looking for the 3 mon or the 5-8 mon for Tenpai.
And also Dealer is Ishanten with 3 of the original Dora. We'll find it very difficult to find the 2-5 pin.
Now, this is still a tricky situation for Remy, just because that 8 mon is free 10 and it was con, so you're dependent on getting the 5 mon first or being consigned to a life of you must sumo a tile that other people already have in their hands. In fact, it's completely locked up with the
Boom.
indicator.
Again, for not dealing in, this is just
Boom.
consideration from Eric about whether to take tempo or not. Does take the tempo indeed.
It takes the late Keitan, looking for a repeat here. So 3 mon, 6 pin. Looks like the 6 pins are locked up. The 3 mon is 1 left in the wall. It is also a visible 1 chance tile, so it might just come out from whoever draws it. I think only Ross would drop it, though. Or, well, Ross and Eric, of course.
Really just a question of who gets that last 3 mon, because Remy will definitely use this. One more draw at it.
And the funny thing that can happen here is if Adam
Sumo.
draws the 5 pin, he would con it for the value at first and then get Chung conned. But here we go. Tanya Dora 1. 713 to take that second place.
Yeah, it is Remy in first, plus 26.3. Adam takes the positive 10.9, confirms second place. Eric in third with negative 8.9. We'll drop him a spot in the top group. However, with 1 game to play at this table, does seem like he will likely stay in a guaranteed promotion slot with potentially 2 games remaining. And then Ross takes the negative 28.3 in fourth.
All right, where are we going to move from here? We're going to stick with C1. We're going to move to those A1 games.
Yeah, the A2 game just started a little
A2.
bit ago. And there are a lot of implications for this game, so I'm quite excited to take a peek and see where they stand. This will be John, Kenyon, Ada, and Brian. Yeah, we are just a second away from that showing up for me. I just got the names in there, so we're all good. And we are in South Round. Wow, a very fast game. They didn't start that long ago,
홈,
but we're already into the South Rounds, and it looks like John's got the lead here with 37,000 points. On the right, Kenyon is in fourth place at 24,000 points, but with a very nice looking Tanya Door 2. Tenpai, across the way, Ada is in third place with 28,000 points. And on the left, Brian is in second place, 31,000, just over starting value.
Like John is 2 Shanten here for a Chanta, maybe Chanta Haku. And I can't really see him catching up to this 2-5 mon weight. It's 4 left on the wall. That's a bit too good, especially since all the 3 mons are gone.
Just situationally speaking, looking around at the standings, these are all players in the lower half of the division with 4 games to play. Brian escaped to the relegation zone recently with a Yakuman, and John and Brian are very close to that minus 108.9. That is the first demotion slot. So they'll be carefully playing out the series to avoid dropping down any further. For Kenyon, there's a slightly larger gap, but of course in 4 games anything can happen. So she just wants to make sure to be safe as well.
Sumo.
And that might be why she dropped the Dwarf Formon for the Sunman Chun instead of keeping the 3900 Tempai, which is what I would normally do there given the point situation, but wins out really fast on the 2-mon.
All right, it will be Kenyon in the dealership now in South 2. Haipai looks pretty promising. There's a Dora, called Bohatsu, a couple pairs, but Naimon comes out a lot of the times. This might be a faster hand, although no guarantee that we'll be able to use the Dora.
A very straightforward north cut. Looks like the rest of the hands are pretty okay, with the exception of John's over on the left, which looks very slow. We have a potential Honitsu Itsu kind of thing going on across the way. Over on the right, we have a classic Richi Pinfu Dora 1 hand.
And in the meantime, Kenyon has drawn a second Dora.
Yeah, we are not too Shanten from Chitoi, though it's probably just going to be a called hand. I can see this being like a Hatsu pawn, drop 6-mon, and drop 6-mon again, upon pawning into 1-4-mon Tempai. Oh, alright, we're just going to drop a block over here. There's already a 9-mon out, so opting for the Dora Ryanmen. This might be the second time we see Kenyon dropping a Dora to confirm a better weight, but now with that 5-mon draw, it's a little more uncertain.
Yeah, there's more chances to use the Dora as the pair after calling the Hatsu. Of course, need to find the Korean Dragon, which is still in the wall somewhere.
And it's becoming a little bit harder for this hand to complete with each of those 1-mon that is coming out, especially since you have the overlap with the 1-4 and the 4-7-mon shapes.
Now, she chose to let the first one pass, but if another one comes out, would you just call Atosuke here?
It's hard to say because you have to drop a Dora to take this Arozuke, so it's going to be a cheap 2900. However, considering that we're in the second row now, I might have considered that. I don't know, I still think there's hope for this hand to be closed.
Oh, absolutely. Question now, will it get there before these others does? Ada, again, looks quite strong for a Pinfu type hand. Choosing the extra acceptance in the Pinzu.
Chi.
And dropping the overlapping So shape.
It's an interesting shape. I think maybe there's some thoughts of shifting towards an Itsu, but I think in general I like the 4-5 so because there's a chance at a 3-4-5 Sanshoku.
That's a good point.
Chi.
2 calls by John towards a Tanya. Still holding this Dora shape.
Well, there's Ishan 10 for 8. I looking for 2 7-pin or a 6-9 so. And Tempai across the way for Itsu Nomi, waiting on the tune.
Oh, and the tune is drawn. That feels like it's going to come out. No, drops the 1-pin first. I don't know if Kenyon can afford to drop another tile. Goes for the 7, though. Everyone's holding on to this tune.
Yeah, it's just very odd. There's a red flag from the hand across, which is that the Haku was cut, and then the 9 pin was cut after the 4-5-6 chi, which is very unusual if someone's going for Tanya. So the other players are probably figuring there's some Aruzuke shenanigans going on there.
And it turns out the truth is actually just a random Tonki. But of course, these players can't know that. It does seem like the first person to make progress is going to drop it.
That's 4 pairs again for Kenyan, maybe shifting towards a Chitoi, given that the lower Manzu is quite weak.
Now, it looks like Ada's actually made a hard read and got the
Sumo.
Tuso instead of cutting the Chun, but instead it will just be found by Brian. Nice read by Ada, though.
Right, in South 3 already. Looks like Dora's the 5 pin, and there's lots of acceptance for that in Ada's hand. The hand on the right looks like it'll be a little bit slow, but could possibly shift towards a Tanya, maybe develop into a 5-6-7 Sanshoku or 7-8-9 Sanshoku. Across the way, we have a relatively fast-looking Riichi hand. It won't be very expensive, though. And then over on the left, it looks like Kinyan has some trouble brewing. Already Ishan 10 for Chitoi.
And let the East go out, the second East, so will be a Chitoi.
It could technically have been a very aggressive move towards a Pinzu Honitsu or something like that, but this seems a little better. Would take the Peitanki Riichi, the one's dropped honor. That
1
certainly seems sneaky to me.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, there's the Haku, of course. And here's the pay. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Does Brian go? It comes out,
Don't.
yeah. Surprise! It was Chitoi. Once again.
That's a tough position to fold from too, because you do have the one Genbutsu, and then you can kind of find safety in future turns, but that pay is too tempting when you sort of feel you have to fight a little bit.
Yeah. And it's very likely that it would come out in the next couple of turns anyway.
Absolutely.
Brian dropped the 6-0 there. So will be Kenyon now taking the second place over, but Brian with a very exciting looking high pie. It doesn't look like it's going to be necessarily be Honitsu here.
So it looks like Kenyon needs 8,500 points in order to... Oh, sorry, not Kenyon. Ada needs 8,500 in order to take first place. Kenyon needs only 3,000 something, because I don't feel like doing
800,
math
yeah.
right now. 3,800. Oh, that's disappointing. This one-man draw is nice, but you kind of saw that Honitsu shift chance, and it's out the window now. But still, very nice Ishan 10 over here for Brian.
Yeah, filling the Diamen into Tempai will give you a very pretty looking West Haku weight.
Looks like one of those Hakus is left on the wall. The other is over in John's hand, and there's already one West discarded by Ada earlier on.
Ooh, this is an interesting call for John. Would fix a really difficult shape, penchant shape near Dora.
I think I would have liked to take that. It just seems like the easiest way to finish the hand is to just take the Chi there, and then take the Aruzuke, Shampon plus Ryanmen, Ishan 10, and run away with your points. I might have even considered dropping the 9-man where the 6-man was dropped, just to go for upgraded shapes. And that way, if you chi the 7-man, it doesn't necessarily look like Aruzuke, but I guess with the 5-pin on turn 3, it's hard to mask that as a Tanyo.
That's true. I mean, also, now has paired up the Dora, although the Dora has come out twice, so that can be no more than a pair in hand.
Yeah, it does give you the chance to triple up the north like that happened there.
Oh my.
Might have also still just gone with the Haku toss, aiming for the widest Ishan 10, because you draw the 7-man, you want to be able to take the Richidora one on the good weight. But here we go. That Hatsu
Home.
is live, and out it comes.
Home.
2-5, so wait to end the game. Pawn of the Haku, 6-9, so wait to continue this dealership for Brian. Not really sure what Ada's doing. Trying to figure out if there's maybe some kind of Tanyao shift in the works, in which case the 9-so might come out.
Yeah, I think the 9-so was just recently drawn.
Kang.
Oh, Khan, okay.
Always a little bit tricky when you're in a slim first and you're conning like that, but the extra draw can help on a good weight.
Long.
So the
There's the
9.
9.
Yeah, that will give Brian the less expensive win for sure, but that will actually put Pride into third place temporarily. This is a really interesting spot, temporarily ignoring Brian's hand. John on the right had a decent number of kokushi tiles, but a pair of souths, and now a triplet of souths.
I just feel this hand is being handled a little bit too slowly with the 8-pin and 7-so cut. And now that we have Yaku confirmed, it's time for full speed ahead with shapes. But we're cutting all these middle tiles for Chanta / Kokushi?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a kokushi hedge. It's only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a pair.
So we need we are currently 4 Shanten then.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
Still is managing to hedge Chanta to some degree. And now Dora pair. Does this convince you? Yes.
I think you have to.
It is now time to play
Yeah.
Khan again? Okay, not this time.
I'd still want to keep the 1-so at that point. Just play full efficiency. Ah, now you've done it. I was gonna say, especially since the you could cut the 9-so instead if you're worried about the furry 10 on the 7-so.
right.
But
And yeah, maybe the slow
Boom.
play is going to give other people time to catch up. We do have the 9-mon pull. And Tempai for Kenyan. Richinomi. 4-7 pin if she chooses to take
Eats.
it. Will choose to take it.
yeah, the point situation is close enough that on a direct hit with an Ura flip, I think you can overtake.
Yeah, seems about right. There's also a Homba. So it was less than 4,000. Definitely would have
Chi.
been able to do so.
Okay, Ipatsu is broken. We have Ishanten over on the right for that Chanta double non-Dora 2 hand.
Shanten on the left as well.
Pom.
Or Pihu, potential Sanshoku, and also potentially Tanya.
Alright, look like we're giving up that Chanta in favor of the acceptance around the 4-so and 5-pin, which I like.
Ooh, I think because Brian pulled the 6-mon, now he drew the door instead, which means it's a lot less likely to come out.
Yeah, it's this is a really tricky situation for Brian because if Kenyan sumos, it's almost guaranteed to put him in last place. So he's probably gonna have to push it at some point. Currently Brian is at 89.2 below 0, so a last place would not be fantastic here. Then again, dealing with the Dora isn't great either, but yeah, it's a very tense situation for the dealer right now.
リーチ
And Ada's gonna chase.
Ichi, Pihu, potential Tanya, 3-sided 147-mon. Brian, of course, drew an Ipatsu tile in. Drew the Jilin tile on Ipatsu turn, I should say. Still 4 tiles
okay.
for 4-7 pin.
Still holding back on that north as long as possible.
I think it's 4 versus 4 right now.
This is going to be a very
Boom.
hard tempo to find, and it doesn't matter because Ada takes the Amendment in Ron. See if there's a Ura. Okay, 3,900. Man, that is going to reverse the scores of Kenyan and Ada.
Oh.
John with plus 20 there. Ada scraping out a 5.9 at the last second. Kenyan taking minus 8.3, and unfortunately Brian unable to break
Well,
that
actually,
tie. minus 18.3.
Yeah, because it's a tie, the scores don't show up correctly in Tenho. They do split the
Okay.
UMA. So both players will take a negative 13.3 fourth place, or third slash fourth. I believe it shows up in the records as third places for both players. So that does mitigate some of the damage for Brian, only taking 13 points. Similarly, Kenyon only losing 13 points there, or actually ends up losing 13 points. And that means that things only get tighter here in the demotion zone. Brian very, very close to that relegation mark. Only 6 points away. Still 3 games to play. Quickly checking to see if they've started their next game. They have. So we'll take a peek at the second. I believe they're only playing 2 games today.
All right. We probably have a few minutes before that starts. Anything else of note in A2 this season?
We are anticipating, at least I am anticipating, 1 bonus promotion, given the hiatus situation A1. So there's a very close race between Viet and Steven to see who will get that bonus promotion slot. Viet, with 2 games to go, that will be played later on tonight. It'll be very exciting to watch.
Oh, here we go. It's East 1. Looks like Kenyon is our first dealer. Dora is the 6-0. Nice draw to improve that shape. Looking around the table, it looks like there's lots of Dora acceptance or people with Dora already. So a couple of potentially high impact hands early on in the game. That's what you like to see.
ポン
Kenyon here has a chance for a 2-3-4 Sanchoku as well, though that would mean giving up on the Dora and having to fill a Kanchan. So I imagine we're just going to go for the 4-so 2-so drop here. Slimming down to 5 shapes.
With an aggressively Honitsu 9-mon call.
It's almost a shame because it's going to be Honitsu only, so maybe this is even a very aggressive push towards a Chinitsu. Because early pawn like that for just 2,000 is a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, I feel like not a lot of players able to make this call, but Ada definitely has shown in previous games that the willingness to finagle a Honitsu out of anything is definitely there. Second door for Kenyon is a little interesting here. Almost awkward.
Yeah, absolutely. This might be a situation where you decide to switch to a Champon for the ones cut south, but it's pretty weak. Oh, another Manzu draw for Ada. That'll put her in Ishanten, looking for 369 Mon and West.
Oh,
Ishanten for Kenyon. Oh, yeah, so maybe we do see the 2-pin, yeah.
Notably, Brian actually had an Ishantan chance, but backed away from it with a 7-so cut, and instead now 2 away from Tempai. Did not want to drop
dangerous.
the Dora.
Ada, in this state of Ishanten, has decided to keep that 8-so over the 5-pin. And now there is a deal in. I think you should have just Ricci that, but it is pretty late and it's around the Dora, plus you're calling Ricci with the 6-so. So maybe just aiming for the fast repeat with the pin Fedora one.
I wonder if there's
that's what Kenyon got.
A chance that Kenyon was going to wait to see if the Dora got called or not, and then Ricci on the next tile. But,
oh, that's always a possibility as well.
Especially dropping the Dora, you're really not expecting the tile near the door to deal in.
Well, looks like Kenyon has another somewhat clunky set of shapes in Sozu over here. That like triple round kind of overlap. I don't even know what you'd call that shape. Might be slimmed down now.
The odd shape.
The odd shape. Yes, odds only.
Very awkward indeed. Brian opened up quickly with a tune on the left. Also has the Hatsu pair.
Luckily, even if the Hatsu gets pawned, it won't put as much pressure as normal now that 3 Hakus are out.
Daisangan no longer a concern. Shosangan also not possible. So players might be worried a little bit about Honitsu, but outside
Chi.
of that, and now that we see the Chi of the So tile, not even concerned about Honitsu either.
Looks like Ada has gotten into a somewhat comfy 2 Shanten. We have Ishanten over on the left for a potential Hatsuchun Dora 1 if it doesn't shift over.
地
Ishanten as well for John across the table with 2 Dora. Maintains the Gyeongkhan shape with no real calling prospects. Maybe also hoping to work towards the 789 Sanchoku as well.
Ada, on the other hand, can easily call here. Probably end up on a 7-so weight, given the 2 5-sos are out. And Kenyon, kind of in the same boat as John, has to go for the Rishi here. Could potentially open up for a 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku, but it seems really slow.
And I'm just looking back at Kenyon's hand for the first time since the high pie and feeling like it has pretty much stayed in the same spot. I mean, maybe you go for desperation
地
5, 6, 7 Sanchoku calls if at all possible. Like even here.
地
Oh, just even
Gee.
aiming for K10, that's fine too.
Yeah,
Just-
I guess not interested in dropping that 7-so if there's a Honitsu on the left.
Mhm.
I would highly doubt the legitimacy of that Honitsu, though, given that it was West 9 so 5 so on the first 3 turns. I mean, there's always a chance that it shifted back over to it, or there's an incredibly lucky high pie, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me,
Yeah, but
especially given that we saw 2 2 3 3 so draw from in the hand on the cheese.
oh, Dorataki. I was gonna say similar. The 3-mon is suspicious tile would deal into door shape
Sumo.
sometimes, but it doesn't here. And then Sumo instead for Ada, just a cheap Tanyao only with a Homba, and that will send us into East 2.
Alrighty. Looks like the door is another easy-to-use tile for pretty much everyone at the table. Ada already has one, maybe a Tanyao-style hand. Over on the right, we have the chance for that quick Chun pawn. Decent shapes in Sozu. Across the way, looking like another closed hand, maybe a Richi Peiko, or Richi Peiko Dora 1 if we can draw that 4-pin in for the nice Ryanman. And then lastly, we have Kenyon over on the left looking at probably a Richi Nomi for now.
And no one stacking Dora just yet. No one with really expensive Yaku just yet. It'll just come down to who could slam Arichi first. Now, if John continues to draw So tiles, that might get a little exciting, but slow going for the current phase of the game.
We might see Brian able to shift towards a Tanyao if you draw around the 3-pin, but now has the option for a Sananko.
Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting. I think 4-pin draw. You draw a Dora, maybe that
Boom.
convinces you to do that. Oh, it just calls the 3 immediately. Oh, and it gets the Dora. Okay, perfect.
I was going to joke. Yes, this is a 3-mon draw to tempt the Dora into your hand, and then it happened, and I was like, ugh.
Well, now it's a pretty strong weight 2-5-pin, although quite a few of those are being held. Not necessarily able to retain in hand, especially interesting to see if Ada manages to hold on to this 2-pin, maybe with the Honitsu.
Chi.
left. We do know Ada likes Honitsu.
It's a pretty good hand.
On the
That'd
right,
be a very drastic shift, though, especially with the 1-pin tossed. So,
ロン
there we go. It's just the 5-on is a really good improvement, so Tanya Dora 1 it is.
yeah, very cheap hand so far. 2,900 1400 with Homba, and then 2000. Nothing too expensive just yet. Waiting for that Mongon to set the table aflame. This pie not too thrilling either. Another one where you're just counting the terminals and honors. I'm seeing 8. 8 unique. The middle shapes are too strong, I think, to go for Pokshi here. They're also dealer, so John will just maybe float the idea with the 8 mon that doesn't lose, or 8 pin that doesn't lose too much, and then play straightforward from here. And I guess you are losing now that you've drawn the 7 pin.
Yeah, I agree. If you have the Dora in a Renmin shape and you just have at least one other good shape like that, I think you just have to push straight forward for the regular hand. And maybe you can. I think the compromise for me would be give up Kokshi, but maybe consider dropping one of the 1s and 9s if you're afraid that the hand won't progress fast enough and you'll need safety later. That way you keep some of the Yakuhai, which can speed up your hand if they pair them up, or you could just fold with them if nothing happens.
Yeah, very classic cut would be something like the 1 pin. The hand on the right is moving forward pretty nicely here for Brian. Chances at 6 and 8 Sanchoku.
Yeah,
Overblock.
already 2 Shunten. And luckily, the being 1 block over here isn't that bad since there's overlap in the Manzu shape anyway. So we're probably going to end up cutting one of them regardless. That is a nice draw over on the left for Ada, as the Dora technically has a Sun Minchan as well. So if you draw something like the 6-9 Mon, you have a very nice Ishanten.
Now a different type of Summon Chan, still Ishantan. 7 mon draw is
2-5
ideal.
2-5-8 pen a little bit weaker given there's already 3 out, plus 3 in your hand. But 6 tiles is nothing to scoff at.
Kenyan as well, Ishanten with potential Itsu. Oh, this is not Itsu Tempai. But it is a Nobetan.
Which one? 5-8 Mon, 6-9
Eat.
Mon.
Mine is cut twice, so yeah, 5-8 instead.
Oh, and that's rough for Ada because this is an improvement, but I'm going to start with the Chun first. Low less likely to deal in. Still a live tile. So Ada could be saved here on an 8 mon or a 5 mon draw.
Shifting a little bit further, goes the Gambit's a 2 pin, and could just back away from this too. If the 8 does feel a little weird right now, given the 9 mon Ricci.
Yeah, you have to wonder why was the 9 mon kept longer than the 3 mon and the 5 so. It probably has something to do with the hand. I'm surprised if we saw Chi. Oh, there we go. I guess just aiming for the K10 right now.
It is a tricky K10 though. Oh, there's a Dora. So Ada can see 2 4 pins. Is that enough to convince a 3 to come out?
Oh, we're gonna Chi this, and I'm not really sure what the plan is now. Get back into K10?
Tonki on 5 mon.
5 mon Tanki, Hote, Dora 2.
We'll see if we can get there. John.
Oh, never mind. It would be Haite Dora 2. It is on Ada currently.
Oh, that's a lot of 4s.
It is. That is
That's Tempai.
confusing. It is confusing. Yeah, 3-6.
3-6, yeah.
If you get another 4 mon, you can switch to a 3-6-5-8. So.
Sumo.
Oh, it's a Tsumo. Would have been Ifatsu, but it's okay. Tsumo Tanyao Dora for 2000 all.
Very
And
nice.
that's the largest hand we've seen so far. No surprise to see John, the only player with 3000, with the biggest in the lead.
Well, looks like we have two players with Yakuha here. Brian with the south pair, Kenyon with the June. And Kenyon could go towards a Honitsu style hand here. Already has 4 blocks in Sozu. And a Dora.
Pom.
Yeah, Chun Call. It's very normal for Kenyon to at least hedge the Honitsu here. I feel like so many times when I played her, she makes an early Yakuhai call and the discards look like Honitsu. And it doesn't always end up being that, but certainly very scary to try to fight against.
Absolutely. And if we see 8 Sopon and then a 9 Sopon, which feels kind of natural, that'll become a reality. And here we go.
1
Already 2 Shanten for that Honitsu, but there's a quick Richi from the dealer over
Chi.
here. It's a Richi Nomi with 2 Ankos waiting for the 2 pin
Chi.
that Kenyon will have to drop
That
at Tenpai.
dodges for now with the Hatsu, but
If we draw, I was gonna say if we draw a Pinzu, we might be saved, but it looks like we're just gonna forge forward for that Mahankan, as you probably should.
that's
Reach.
Tenpai for Ada. 5-8 pin.
And this is really rough because of the 4-pin Richi.
Does that actually save Kenyon? Goes with 9 mon first.
It's just I have a hard time believing that the 9 so is much safer. I mean, obviously as a terminal, but
So, yeah, the
it's
9
still
so.
a Musuji to both players.
Long.
It is better than 2-pin for sure.
In the end, it's Ada sealing it away. Richi pin Fudora. Ura hits John directly, and that will swap places. Nice dodge by Kenyon there. With the second door draw, was still working towards a valuable hand if she could redraw the 1-4 pin. But in the end, it didn't matter. When we moved to Brian's dealership in East 4, this is a pretty looking high pile, although the Dora is a little bit difficult to use here.
In fact, it goes right out on turn 4. So, pushing towards that Tanyao Pinfu kind of hand. And already 2 Shanten. I might have considered keeping the Dora a little bit longer there. If you pair it up, it's quite nice.
Yeah, I think I prefer the Dora over the Hatsu. Maybe not the Ton.
But now these are nice expandable shapes in Sozu. So, high hopes for that hand. Lots of pairs and Ankos around the table. 2 to the right. We have 3 in the dealer's hand, a 1-pin Anko, and a pair of 8 mon across the way, and then 4 pairs over on the left. Now another 4 so for Brian. Very strange hand.
Yeah, Kenyon Ishanten. Brian Ishanten.
And okay,
Pom.
Brian's Ishanten is nice. It's a perfect Ishanten. Kanchan, Ranman, and Entotsu. But there's a fast 2 so deal in for the Tonyao only.
But very
Kind of had
chippy.
Yeah, a little chippy. That hand, I think the pawn was fine. It was going into
agree.
row 2, and you kind of have a really cruddy Ishanten with 3 pairs like that. But so yeah, you probably don't expect a high chance at drawing Tenpai yourself for a Richi, even though you'd prefer that. And it's not going to get very expensive, regardless of whether you wait to open or not. So, pawn, run, move things along to your dealership in South 1.
And over 30,000 points. Still very tightly contested game. This high pie is okay. Still a couple awkward shapes. This overlapping 1-3, 3-4 pin is always interesting to deal with. Depends on what gets drawn or the other areas of the hand. Whether we retain that shape in full or drop the 1 pin eventually. Decides to hedge everything with the early 1 pin cut. 2 away from Tenpai is Ada on the right, with potential Richidora or Pinfu as well. Ipeko chance across the table for John. That hand is Ishanten. On the left, another 2 away. Reasonable shapes, although the only pair in the hand involves dropping the Dora.
So Kenyon's hand has developed into a chance for a monster here if you can get a Mentum Pin Sanshoku Ipeko or something like that.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's a lot of luck needed, but the potential exists. And we actually see Kenyon drop the 7-9 so early. Unfortunately, it does backfire, but wants to keep that safety and move towards that Tanyo.
Unfortunately for Kenyon, this 2-5 pin is not as live as you'd probably want it to be. Only 3 tiles on the wall, and you need 2 of them to complete these shapes. Could even call here for Tanyo, potentially Sanchoku, but that does seem to give up a lot of the potential value in the hand.
ポン
Yeah, I was gonna say Kenyon will sometimes open for extremely cheap hands, even with like pretty decent shapes. But I think because the 2-5 pin isn't visibly dead, and there's such high potential here, it just wants to go for the Mongon, which is what I would do as well. Give it a couple more turns, and I might consider calling.
John now draws into a Tanyo Tenpai across the table.
Perhaps
Wow.
waiting
Each.
for upgrades, and decides to do wait one turn and Ricci.
Yeah, was he Peiko draws available?
Yeah, Ipeiko draws both on the 4-7 pin and if you draw the 1-4 And then, of course, just nice round man upgrades around the 5 so. So I might have held out a little bit longer, actually, instead of reaching here.
I mean, this weight is a little bit awkward. 3 Mon and 5 So definitely tend to be tiles that have difficulty coming out naturally from players. And we can see they're actually all being held, and held pretty convincingly in shapes.
Yeah, you do have the advantage that you have a very strong pond there. You've only discarded 2 Suji, the 8-9 so. But you're going to see a chase here, or I imagine we're going to see a chase on the 2-5 pin. Kenyon's doing this Dama thing again just to maximize the win rate. Did the 2-pin pass the Ricci? I don't think it did.
I don't think so.
San Anko chances now, if you want to shift and drop the 2-pin.
Maybe it did.
缶
Oh, Khan.
Now,
And now we might see a
now-
chase.
yeah, the only thing is I don't know if we will, just because
Oh.
I think the 3-pin is safe.
Yeah,
And
I
this...
actually can you just off of it.
Yeah, just backing off. It's unfortunate because the 8-pin won't deal in here. But because we've chosen to weaken our own weight to kind of aim for the Genbutsu, now we've drawn a dangerous tunnel and it doesn't seem as worth it to push.
ドン
Our weight is bad. There's the 3 mon.
No,
So I guess after the 2 mon Khan, it seemed like it would be a little bit safer. And unfortunately, Ada does deal in there.
Yep.
Flattening out the scores even more. It's just like we started.
right, because no Uda hit even with the extra indicators. And now, like you said, first and fourth place are separated by just over 1,000 points.
And this is sort of the consequence of playing for fast, cheaper hands in East 1. You get into a South round where everything's still thrown up in the air. But at the same time, there's still plenty of hands to make value happen. And if you play defensively well, it's not a huge problem to be at a flat score point like this.
Oh, that's an
It's just
early
there's a lot more variance.
tempi for Brian. Just on the 8 pin doesn't take the Ricci.
I'm not sure there's many improvements here, though. If you draw a middle tile, I'll be curious to see if Brian decides to break Tempai with the 9 pin and look for better shapes.
Yeah, maybe even a tile that hedges Itsu a little bit. Could
Yeah,
convince him to
5
break.
so would be
Boom.
a really nice draw.
Possibly even the 1 So,
Eight. Yeah, 1 so as well.
although it's not really the central tile he really wants. I wonder if at some point that if players start to open, he just takes the Ricci.
Yeah, I could see that happening in a couple turns. Ada here, Ishanten. I'm more of a fan of the 5-pin toss there, just because that 6-6-7-8-8 shape is really cool. You can get the 5-8 mon or the 6-9 mon for Tenpai. But as is, we're going to reduce that down in favor of trying to expand that Pinzu.
Well, I guess if you drop the 5-7 and get the correct Mon tile, you'd still be what Ishanten, right? But it'd be a very good
Oh yeah,
Ishanten.
you'd actually get Tenpai if you get 7 mon after dropping 5-7 so, but it would
Well,
be
yeah,
a really
7
bad
mon.
Tenpai on the 5-pin. There we go. 6 so Tenpai for Ada. One of those left in the wall.
And maybe even
Is this the turn?
Okay, Naizo comes out. So it is indeed an Itsu hedge.
Reach.
So we have a Ricci Pinfu over on the right in John's hand, looking for a 2-5 pin. Looks like there are 2 of those left in the wall.
Futura, that's
Boom.
kind of tempting. And Ada says, yes, please.
Don't mind if I do. 7 so Tonki. One of those left in the wall. Seems unlikely to come out. But then again, with the Ricci on the table, it's not like John has much of a choice.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, can shift. That's Furitan. And 2-5 pin has 3 left. Well, actually only 2 left. Actually, only 1 left. I keep finding another tile that I didn't previously see. Only 1 2-pin versus 1 7 so equal weights, but not equal value, that's for sure.
Ooh. Yeah, so it switches to the Nobiton here. 6-pin also happens to be safe, even though I would imagine it hard for people to just drop the 6-pin against Ada now that she's got that Dora pawn.
Right, players are almost care more about Ada's hand than they do about the Ricci. That's dealer 12,000. That is known, and John can't really have a lot of Dora.
If you look at John's hand, yeah, he can only have 1 Dora at most, excluding Ura. It looks like it's probably a good weight, given how many middle tiles were dropped up until the Ricci. So you're expecting to be something like a Ricci Pinfu hand, on average, maybe Tanya.
So it could be as expensive as Mongon with Udap.
Long.
But there's going to be the 5 so from Brian, who got a sneaky Tenpai and was able to drop that 1 so into the 2-5 so weight.
Yeah.
No Itsu, but still, shut down the big hand.
And once again, because that was the hand that won, it means that there is still an incredibly tight situation moving into South 3. John with a very exciting high pie.
Boom.
Yeah, we're kind of playing the lottery here, for the most part. Who can get a hand at all?
And whoever it seems like if anyone can get a Mongon, they will be the winner.
And that might just be John here, who has a very obvious path to a Mongon.
Yakuhai one needs an easy route. But Brian is making rapid progress on the right. Ishanten already.
Well, Ishanten for John.
The race is on. I wonder if, in fact, I strongly suspect if Brian gets a call, he'll be able to take it. But oh no, it's back-to-back terminal draws for John, and this Shaba weight is entirely in the wall. Brian's going to take a Ricci on the 2 so 3 so, which is really, really tricky. But if the 2 so can come out on the Ricci Suji, that would negate this monster from John. 2 tiles in the wall for Brian, 4 for John, and John's got 12,000 points. You just have to jam it and create the Suji.
I think so. Oh no.
The 5.
Or are we being very greedy here
Oh.
and looking for the toy toy? I think that's a little bit outside of my book of plays, but it is certainly a play, and it'll be a potential Hanuman if it pans out.
Yeah, forget 12,000. How about 18,000? And I know John does like pairs and Shabo type shapes. So Shabon 1-9. Forget that. We're gonna go for it all.
I do like Nova's comment here. Oh no, he's getting greedy.
And Ada might be fighting here as well. Oh, but the 3 so that doesn't fit in the hand, so has the West to play out first. And still, all of these Mon tiles that John needs are in the wall outside of one of the 6 Mon, which is being held. And this is Ishan then. Does Ada try the 3? No.
Decides to get rid of the shape that can accept the 9. Kenyan is starting to be in trouble here, though. Starting to have to test the waters on those Suji around the 5 so. 8-pin became safe. What now, though?
Not the
Gee.
Suji
The
5 pin. That means Ada's Tenpai can drop the 7 and not deal in, or the Sanzo. 7 might look safer here given the number of 5s and 8s that have been discarded.
Yeah, I think that's the play. You do say, oh no, I could have run the 7-mon, but you would have dealt in.
つも
And steals the 3 so. What a dramatic reversal there. And we go into a very, very even South 4. Hey, do you like Ikyokusens?
We've got one here. You know, Ada, one of the 2 players in the league that I find most frequently winning on the random Tonkis. It's Ada and Aaron who do it the most.
And dealer has a good start here. Door acceptance could pawn the south. Potential e-Peiko if the hand stays closed. So it looks like Brian's on track for a repeat. Over on the right, we have all the shapes are there, but a little bit slow. Needs to fill 2 Kanchans. Across the way, Ada doesn't really have a hand where it looks like she can open and just run away too fast, so that's good news for the others. And then over on the left, John could take the fast Chun pawn, but it's not going to do him any good in 4th place. Gonna take it regardless. Maybe with a Dora draw, maybe shift to a Sanshoku and Chanta, you could make something more valuable out of this, but I have my doubts. I might have passed on the first one.
No force Sochi for John. Brian will steal that away into Ishantam. That makes John's 3 so shape here very weak.
Ada steps into Ishanten. It is a pretty awkward Ishanten. Actually decides to reject it entirely. Tosses the 1-pin pair.
Brian trying to make use of this 5-mon because it is near Dora. So 7-mon, although not entirely strong here, is an acceptable shape, and will be called into Tenpai on that 6-mon.
Do we take this? Yeah, do we take the 6-0 pawn if it comes?
Ooh, now that would be funny. I wouldn't hate it.
John is also Tenpai as well on the 3-mon. Wouldn't actually improve his placement, but there's the 6-mon.
Feel like it's the cheapest win possible to make sure that everyone has something to fight for in South 4 Repeat 1.
And the dealer's hand is not bad here. We can see a potential 7-8-9 Sanshoku Dora 1. Everyone else, though, is looking kind of slow. With the exception of maybe John, who has a faster hand, but no value guaranteed at the moment.
Dora draw would be really nice. If you can slam a Ricci too, that always gives you a chance.
Yeah, Ricci Pin for Dora 1 is a favorable hand there.
Brian now draws into Tanya chances. Needs the 6-mon specifically, and then the 7 so, but looks like Ada is on the hunt for Tanya as well.
Yeah, Ada likes the more dynamic calls. Like, was even willing to cheat this Rianman really early on and have to drop a 9-mon pair just to go for Tanya over here. Which sort of makes sense because, the score situation is so close. I don't know how much it actually speeds up the hand when you have to step backwards and you're calling your best shape.
Yeah, although if your plan is Tanya, it is not necessarily a better shape, but in terms of a closed hand, absolutely. And we'll see a lot of
Gee.
criminal and honor tiles to the first few discards. Still a couple Shantan away.
Meanwhile, it looks like Kenyon is Ishanten now. Didn't want to drop the door immediately, but probably will now for this Ricci. It's not really enough
1
guaranteed value. However, on a sumo, you pretty much have it in the bag. Well, let's see. Reach sumo 2k, so 1k, 2k will put you up at 30,000. So 31,500. Yeah, that would give you first place by a very, very slim margin.
Mm.
Would not sink Ada, but it would be nice. And Ada does have a
相撲
quite high chance of doing again if the sumo doesn't come. There we go. Just what you needed.
And so by the narrowest of margins, Kenyon will take first place. Homba necessary in this one. But 31.8 barely edges out Ada. And Kenyon will take positive 16.8. Ada the positive second place, 6.6. Brian a positive third. Means that he is still safe for the time being. And John takes a negative 24.1, dropping him down to where Brian sits.
Looks like Brian is at minus 101.8, so floating above that demotion line, which is currently set at 108.9.
Yeah, we can get a look at the big screen. See where everyone lies exactly. And, 2 players close to the line as well. Christine and Christian will be playing. In fact, they might even be playing right now. No, not yet. Oh, do they have the really late game? Oh, we might not be able to catch those games. Yeah, they're playing very, very, very late, but before we let everybody go, I did want to point out, we didn't get to catch the first 2 games of that series. It was incredibly dramatic. Christine needed about 100 points to even tie with Hadu, and had a strong first game and an amazing second game to climb into this very close position. She won a Toy Sanshoku Doko. What was the other 2 Han hand that she got with it? Sananko.
Sananko?
Yeah, it was an incredible
Wow.
hand, and that really set her apart from the rest of the table. She continued on to a very strong victory to give herself a chance to escape demotion. Again, no one is ever out of it. With 2 games to play, we'll see if she can complete the comeback. Christian, as well, sitting on that table, needs to have 2 first place performance, or a first place as strong as Haru's in that game to also escape. Sorry, a first place as strong as Christine's to pass Haru. And for the other 2 players at that table, Clinton is kind of chilling in the middle of the pack here, but Viet wants to get that guaranteed promotion slot. And we'll have 2 games to pick up 16 points. And so, although we won't be able to catch those games, we definitely will be keeping an eye on it. And you can keep an eye on it as well by visiting our website, AmericanRicci.org. All of the standings are posted on that website. And in addition to that, you can also see the games as they are finished. The logs will appear on the website as well. You just visit whichever division you're interested in viewing, say the A2 division for this upcoming series. And as the game finishes, the standings will be updated automatically, and the game log will show up, and you can watch exactly what happened in that game. And one more feature of the American Ricci website is that it features our registration page. Although the registration for the winter season has passed, you still can sign up for the following spring season. And there's a very, very, very small chance that you'll be able to fill out a table for the next season. There's a much, much higher chance. In fact, it's almost all but guaranteed that you'll be able to act as a substitute player should one be needed for the upcoming season. And that's a great way to play a little bit of Armel without having your points necessarily without risking your points. So great way to get started in the league. And of course, you get access to the channels, the What Would You Do channels, the analysis and log review channels, and all of the resources that the league has to offer. In addition to that, you can follow us on Twitter and follow our YouTube channel, at American Ricci on both. And that will give you access to the all the Yakuman images, all the crazy hands that happen, as well as announcements for future broadcasts and the previous broadcasts we have done. One of the reasons to follow us on X or Twitter is pretty soon we'll be having the championship match. We're at the end of the year, and the 4 players who have won A1 this season, which is looking to be Matthew for this season, given the results of the first 3 games from the A1 series that we saw tonight. They will be playing a championship series at some point in the next year, or even at the end of this year, depending on how the timing works out. So that will be announced ahead of time. You'll definitely want to catch that championship match. I know the first one was very exciting, and Eric, you played in that, didn't you?
I did. I didn't do too well, but it was a lot of fun.
I definitely enjoyed watching those games, and it was really exciting to see the first iteration of the American Ricci Mahjong League championship match, and we've completed 2 years. That means the second one is coming in, so very excited for that. That aside, I think we've covered just about everything. Any final thoughts, Eric, before we call it a night?
Well, thank you all for watching, and I look forward to playing some of you in the Seattle Open next year.
Absolutely. I will also be there as well. So I look forward to meeting you in person, Eric, and everyone else who's attending. I look forward to seeing you there. I think we will probably have one more stream to cap off the year, likely tomorrow evening. A very short stream as we finish up A1, some of the A1 games. And outside of that, I'll catch you in the next one.
Happy holidays, everyone.